What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of IGN's live coverage from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LG G4. I'm Damon Hatfield.
I'm Max Scoville. I was just checking some news on IGN.com.
I'm Steve Butts.
I'm Brian Altano. I'm a big fan of IGN.com.
Okay, good. Remember, everyone watching at home, you can be part of the show. Tweet your questions at IGN with hashtag IGN Live. We'll answer them right here before your very eyes. Let's take a look at the schedule. Some of the big things we have coming up today. If we can bring that up on the big board
This
here.
is a big day.
Yeah. Oh, this is probably the biggest day of all. You picked the right day to tune in if you're just tuning in now. We're going to get the cast from Arrow, Supergirl, The Flash, Walking Dead, really big TV shows, and we're going to have some guests from Deadpool on there.
I couldn't help myself there. Seriously, I like Deadpool's like my favorite superhero since I was like 7 years old, which is really inappropriate when you think about it. I was just like, cool, Ninja Spider-Man sort of, and then I was like, oh, there's more here. And now they're doing a thing and I get to talk to them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're living the dream, Max Scoville.
Yeah.
It's going good.
Yeah, it's been a weird weekend. What have we seen? What's
so
going on?
The Warner Brothers panel happened, and probably that Batman v Superman trailer got released.
The biggest thing.
There's a lot going on in that trailer. A lot to process and unpack.
There's a lot of conflict, a lot of explosions, a lot of pain and suffering. I'm actually kind of on board. It doesn't really look like every other Zack Snyder movie. Like, it's actually a little more colorful than we thought it would be. Obviously, this shot isn't, because it's literally being filled with white smoke.
But I like that Bruce Wayne.
He's desaturating the entire city.
I like the idea of warping back to the end of Man of Steel, though. That's a neat idea.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of us had a very strong reaction to the way that movie ended, and so it's nice that they're building on that, and Batman's actually kind of making those frustrations part of the story this time around.
I think my biggest concern is that there are too many moving parts, but at the same time, there are so many moving parts that I'm really intrigued because I don't know what's happening. Like, I'm pretty familiar with kind of like the bigger parts of the Batman Superman stuff, like when they butt heads, but like I'm not sure. I mean, they're doing some different stuff. They're changing things up.
And to be fair, there can't be more moving parts than Age of Ultron. So.
Yes,
that's
true. That had 75 different characters.
Yeah, but that's also pretty far down the line for
true.
Marvel for building up that universe.
Yeah.
Right? DC's kind of trying to come out of the gate with that many moving parts.
Yeah. I mean, we saw this entire city's flooded now. One of the scariest things in this trailer is Lex Luthor's new wig. It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll.
How diabolical.
He'll cut it.
It's very diabolical, yeah. And he's looking at the Krypton cubes or clunks, clusters, chunks, whatever they're called.
Cool rocks.
Cool rocks.
Geodes.
Spheres, slangs.
I do like that they're doing, obviously, they're doing the kind of the Zuckerberg version of Lex Luthor.
Right.
I like that he's sort of like a tech jerk. Like, he's just I mean, that's the San Francisco me talking.
Yeah.
It's like this, darn these startup moguls.
You can't get to 1 million likes without killing a few superheroes.
Or gentrifying a neighborhood. Running the poor kids off the soccer field.
Yep.
All right, now it's time for Comic-Con Answers presented by Marvel's Ant-Man. The question we are answering is...
The anticipation is building.
Anticipation.
Oh, I see what you did.
Other than Battlefront, what other kinds of Star Wars games do you want to see made?
Ooh.
I know this. I know the answer to this one.
What?
I know the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
So EA's got that deal. They've got a bunch of studios. I want their race car studio, which that's Criterion, right? I want them to make a pod racer game. I want like a new modern pod racing game.
And do you want it to be an Oculus Rift game?
Yes, I want to throw up until I'm dead. That's what I want.
Can I answer this?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want a Minecraft-style Ewok crafting game where they build all the traps that they use to kill stormtroopers. It's all about them setting up on the Battle of Endor before everyone comes to die. And it's just little cute bears climbing around in trees making murder devices.
But doesn't that game already exist and it's called Minecraft?
Yeah, but Minecraft doesn't have Ewoks killing stormtroopers.
What if they did like a
I have to
Plants
dream
versus-
bigger, Damon.
Like a Plants vs. Zombies, but with Ewoks and stormtroopers.
Yeah.
That would be adorable.
That
That'd
could
be
probably
good.
work pretty well.
As much as I would want another BioWare RPG, like a Knights of the Old Republic, I liked Pazaak so much in those original games. You remember that little blackjacky style
that was
card
really
game?
fun.
That's all I want.
Just
I just
that.
want that on my phone. Just
Oh, yeah,
give me,
that's a
give me
good idea.
Pazaak on my phone.
That's really good. Speaking of Star Wars, I was just at the show floor before we started filming,
Gosh,
and
props.
I picked this up.
Perfect.
Poor
I don't get the reference.
You don't get the reference.
First of all, that's
That's
C-3PO.
C-3PO.
Tatooine is a desert
Why-
planet.
yeah,
This
why
doesn't
is he-
make
why
any
is
sense
C-3PO
whatsoever.
He's made of
Swimming.
metal and tin. He would fall into the sea.
His joints would rust.
Yeah,
The
the terror in
Jawas
his
aren't that
eyes.
large.
I got a couple other ones. Do you guys, this one do anything for you?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's not what Wookiees
Oh,
look
wow,
like
Big
one
Trouble
bit.
in
I
Little
don't
China.
Big Trouble, Little
understand it.
China here.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Is that one? I got one more.
I don't care how many mashup shirts you bring. I'm not acknowledging them. I refuse to acknowledge the cleverness.
That is, I can't believe you have a Nirvana Nevermind Xenomorph shirt. That makes no sense in every sense.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I don't know what to make. Yeah.
What the?
I went shopping, everybody.
You know, originally you could see the Xenomorph's weenie, but they had to censor it out.
That's right. Walmart hated it.
Only 90s teens will remember this.
Yep.
What else we got?
Big stuff coming up on the show today. Legends of Tomorrow is another show, another CW superhero show.
DC is hitting really, really hard with this show.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can't spell, SDCC?
Yeah.
Without DC.
Yeah, it's DC
San
right in the middle.
Diego
middle
Comics
there.
Con.
San Sandos. Anyway, yeah. But we got Supergirl, we got Gotham, we got.
And speaking of superheroes, I think you guys are going to talk to Mike Tyson.
Yes, we did. Or we will. Or yes, we have. We're all talking to Mike Tyson
the
right
Legends
now.
of Tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't kill us.
Yeah.
I hear that man has a very terrifying handshake.
So one thing that happened technically yesterday, we were just talking about Star Wars, but the Star Wars panel was last night.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I think we were all throwing around a lot of kind of like speculation what we were going to see and what was going to get shown off and what was going to be like big and huge, and they kind of played it pretty close to the chest still.
Yeah, we didn't get a new trailer, but we got a lot of behind-the-scenes footage.
Yeah.
And all kinds of shots of practical effects and sets and costumes and puppets. I was super excited by what we did see.
Yeah, it's actually really awesome to kind of see all the craftsmanship that's going behind this and just the care and the love. You can tell it's there. People actually care, It's very special.
There's so many shots behind the scenes from the
Damn
prequel
it!
trilogy.
Ryan Reynolds!
Ryan
Reynolds!
Did Deadpool just photobomb us?
Yeah.
That just happened.
Damn it, Ryan Reynolds!
What kind of Star Wars game do you want? Oh, well.
That was pretty good.
There's so much stuff in there that's like a real thing. Like it's a real physical object.
I like how you
Anyway,
bounced back to that so quickly.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do here?
Yeah, Star Wars, sure.
Ryan Reynolds is going to be on the balcony later. We're going to be talking to him. I mean, he's going to wander. We got to catch him. We got a big net and run after him probably. I don't know.
I'm going to steal his leather jacket because it looks cooler than mine. Damn it, Ryan Reynolds.
How do you? Yeah. Anyway.
I'll get you next
What were we
time,
talking about?
Deadpool.
Star Wars.
Let's see that Jawa shirt again.
Yeah. I think that I'm normally really, really hesitant to be like interested in behind the scenes stuff because oftentimes it's like talking head in front of a computer monitor and they're like, we worked really hard on the designs and it's like, that's great, but show me the actual thing first and then show me the stuff. Yeah. But first of all, the fact that it's all practical effects is really good. And they're being really good about controlling what stuff actually gets out there.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not giving away any of the story. I still have no idea what The Force Awakens is really about.
Yeah.
Like, we know a few tidbits, but it's...
But you get just enough. Like you see Han Solo sit down in the cockpit and you're like, okay, like that's all I need. I'll wait till November for another trailer.
Okay, I guess I'll go see the movie.
Right,
It's all right. I just decided. We're actually out of time. Did you guys hear, though, that Oscar Isaac hinted that his character was at the medal ceremony?
Yeah.
At the end of the first Star Wars, like as a boy?
Oh,
He
damn.
was like watching Luke and Han get their medals, and like he was like, I want to be that someday.
You just gave me real goosebumps all over my body.
Not me, Oscar Isaac. Goosebumps, courtesy of Oscar Isaac.
In theaters soon.
All right, stay tuned. So much to come from day 3 of our live coverage here from Comic-Con after this.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LG G4. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Chris Tilley. Remember, you can be part of the show by tweeting your questions at IGN with the hashtag IGN Live. Okay, it's time to talk Pride and Prejudice and zombies. Joining us now, Lily James, Sam Riley, and Jack Houston. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Thank you for having us.
Tell us about this movie. This is based on the book that takes the Jane Austen classic and throws some zombies in there.
That's exactly it.
Nice to speak to you all.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, well, that's basically it. I mean, there's been a plague in Britain that instead of being like the Black Death or something is a plague of the undead. But more or less the story itself stays quite true to the Austen one. In the romance, the families, the family stories, the snobbery, the class system is still there, only instead of just being the sort of pleb class, there's also now the unmentionables. And somehow we all survive and try and keep the English way of living.
Yeah.
But with zombies running around.
It's a wonderful way of describing it.
Yeah.
I'm amazed.
Very articulate, honestly.
So what's the tone of the movie? Is it played quite broadly for laughs, or is it played quite straight and the humour just comes out of the juxtaposition?
Yeah, it's played straight. It's not played for laughs at all. And I think that makes it funnier. At the very first scene, instead of all the Bennett sisters sort of sewing or knitting, they're all sat there very seriously polishing their muskets and their swords. And it's such a juxtaposition. It's so surreal. But somehow it really
Made sense.
Yeah.
By the way, that's it. It's written in such a way that, like we said, it stays so true to Jane Austen. And in that sense, you don't want to sort of do a wink or a nod or anything like that. If you play it like for the reality, if it was a reality, that's the only way it actually comes across.
Yeah.
Like in this situation with zombies, because as soon as you start making a joke of it, it kind of dies quickly.
Yeah.
So who do each of you play in the film?
I play Liz Bennett.
I'm Mr. Darcy.
I'm Mr. Wickham.
Delightful.
And do these guys have special moves or like special kills? Is there like a fighting style each of them have?
Well, the idea is that instead of sort of going to finishing school or public school or whatever, that each of us were trained in Japan if you had money and class, whereas the Bennetts, who are from a slightly lower class, they trained in Japan. No,
China.
In China,
Yeah.
which is
frowned upon.
deemed a little bit sort of,
Yes.
grammar school.
But actually it's the best. And the Bennett sisters are the most insanely brutal and lethal fighters. And it's great. We sort of push the men aside and charge forth with swords in hand. And
Very sexy.
yeah, I thought we were like powerful.
It's quite something watching 5 women kill a lot of zombies.
Are there a lot of zombies in this movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're encroaching on Hertfordshire. There's the in-between, which is a sort of apocalyptic world that's sort of completely zombie-ridden. And then throughout the film, the zombies, they reach Hertfordshire, which was a safe zone. And so the story progresses as we're trying to fight off the unmentionables.
The hordes.
And are they fast or slow zombies?
Well, it depends on whether they were fast or slow human beings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if they were
slower, though, aren't
athletic, they could run. I saw some runners there.
There were some runners, but they sort of run in a sort of zombie-like way. I mean,
And the elderly ones are sort of a bit slower.
yeah. One's missing limbs are a little slow.
So
One
still.
leg
Pulling
was
themselves
holding
along.
back, yeah.
And Sam, can you tell us about your Mr. Darcy? Because Colin Firth casts a bit of a shadow over that role these days, particularly in the UK. So how will your one differ? Obviously, I guess he's killing zombies, but talk about playing that character that's so beloved.
Well, it's my mum's favourite book is Pride and Prejudice. So I asked her which one was, for her, the definitive screen Darcy, and she said Colin Firth.
My mum says the same, I think.
I think most mums
Not
do.
anymore.
Yes, exactly.
sweet.
Just you wait.
Just you wait.
So I sort of saw him as like the Sean Connery of Darcy's, and I'm the Roger Moore.
You're going to go with Craig.
I grew up watching Roger Moore, so-
Whoever comes
Timothy
after me
Dalton.
will be Dalton,
Yeah.
Brosnan, and Craig.
Not Lazenby.
No, I'm the one with the raised eyebrow occasionally.
We actually have a question from Twitter we can pull up here. This question comes from Jamie Robbins. When the zombie apocalypse comes, how will you survive?
Well, I'd probably want my samurai sword again.
Yeah, I'd want my weapons back.
Yeah.
Kill everybody.
Yeah.
Run and hide.
Not you.
We'd be all right.
Yeah.
We've experienced it.
Yeah.
We've got training in martial arts now. Yeah.
What do you think Austin would make of this movie?
She'd love it. I think the thing that when everybody watches the BBC original and things, the one thing that is in the back of everybody's minds is that it would be a lot better if there was some zombies in it.
But it's nice to be talked about in any. I mean, I think anyone. It's in a way, it's very, I'd say, complimentary. I mean, especially to be taking something and sort of turning it into this. I think if anything, it's. I think one would be rather. It's quite admirable. I think.
Yeah.
And we've stayed really faithful, you know, the text and the love stories and the family dynamics. It's all really truthful to Jane Austen.
You'd be surprised how truthful it is, like how sort of similar it is.
Yeah,
actually.
and it's just, it raises the stakes. Everything is life and death, and so everything
Zombies tend to do that.
Yeah, zombies do that.
I think I read some scenes were filmed at Hatfield House. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm a Hatfield, so can you tell me which scenes? Do you remember which scenes were, so that when I'm watching, I can pick them out and know, oh, I'm here in Hatfield House.
That was
There were so many. We shot at so many houses.
that was
Yeah, the ball
Bingley's
and
house.
Bingley's. Yeah,
So everything
and
at Bingley's.
Okay.
lots of all the dancing.
Yeah.
You can just know it's normally there.
And the kitchen, there's a kitchen zombie.
I was at that as well.
massacre.
Yeah.
And that's
I killed a
there.
room
And
full of
outside was the
children.
wedding.
Children.
Am
They're
I right
zombies.
thinking that where you guys got married was outside?
Yeah, we got
Oh
married
yeah, we
at
got married
Hatfield.
there as well.
We just
Should have
did it- we
remembered
just
that,
did a
really,
big
shouldn't
spoiler,
I?
guys.
Spoiler alert.
If you haven't read the book, I'm talking about the original Jane Austen. I mean, that's.
Jack, am I right in thinking you're playing Ben-Hur soon?
Yes.
Is that correct? What can you tell us about that? And I believe Timur Bekmambetoff's directing, so what do you think he's going to bring to that story?
It's he's very different to what he normally does, which is quite sort of, I think, effects driven. This is very sort of based in reality, and we spent about 5.5 months sort of doing everything for real. So I just finished it, so you know it should be it's pretty out there.
What can you say about your Ben-Hur then?
It's really good. No, it's it was fun. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's been quite a few, and I think it was Raymond Navarro, and then there was Charlton Heston, and it's
there was a silent one,
Yeah,
wasn't
silent.
there?
That was Raymond Navarro one. So it's sort of an honour to be playing such an important character, but hopefully it will be all right.
And Sam, you're working with one of my favourite directors at the moment, I think, Ben Wheatley.
I am, yes.
So what can you tell us about that project?
It's fantastic. I mean, I'm really thrilled to be working with him. It's a great cast. It's basically about a gun deal in the 1970s, which is why I have this beautiful moustache. The IRA buying guns in Boston. And the gun deal goes horribly wrong, and we're trapped in the warehouse for the entire length of the film. It's a sort of an hour and a half shootout.
And a great cast.
And a great
Amazing,
cast,
yeah.
yeah.
Can't wait.
All right.
Sam's in it.
So Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is out February 5th next year, here in the States at least. Guys, thank you so much for coming by the show.
My pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys.
Stay tuned, more to come from IGN Live at Comic-Con after this.
And welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con, brought to you by the all-new LG G4. I'm Max Scoville from IGN. Joining me, Eric Goldberg, also from IGN. And we've got Melissa McCod and Allie from Supergirl, who's Supergirl, Jimmy, and then Supergirl's executive producer?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
This is a brand new show to talk about.
Yeah, and you're at the place for it. What's it like bringing this show to Comic-Con and sort of knowing what it is for this audience?
It feels really big.
Yeah.
It definitely feels really big, but so exciting.
Yeah. What is it like, for you guys, just feeling the energy of Comic-Con so far?
We've kind of been in a sort of a bubble, but at
Yeah.
the same time we can see outside and to see how amazingly excited these fans are, and we can't wait to sort of like join them in this fandom, because we're kind of like comic nerds too in a way. And like, she wanted to see Star Wars last night, didn't get a chance, too busy working, but we are excited and really stoked that people have on the Supergirl uniforms, or the costumes.
Yeah.
And,
I've been like jittery the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm like, woo, this is so cool.
Yeah, so cool. Now, I'm kind of interested by this because I saw that there was that like 6-minute chunk of the show, kind of giving like just a vertical slice of what it's going to be like, and it's really cheerful, like it's really fun. It feels like very playful, which compared to some other more brooding DC stuff is like it rubs some people the wrong way, but that's like I think really exciting, because like it's about kind of having fun.
Definitely,
right?
our goal was to bring out the light and to embrace the dawner sort of sunshine that, and especially in an actor like Melissa, she exudes so much love and light and warmth as this character that it's really amazing to put it in a universe that everyone can enjoy.
Can you talk about that, Melissa, a little bit? Because your character is an interesting place where, she's very aware of her heritage, who she is, but she's never really, gone out into the world and, become this other alter ego. What's it like for finally revealing herself in this way to everyone?
Well, I think it's a lot like, it's funny because I kind of feel sometimes like I'm simultaneously going through what Kara goes through, That's such a scary feeling to like realize your strength and realize like what you're capable of doing. We talked a lot about that when we were filming the pilot, like hope and just strength and positivity and like really feeling that. It's lost my words, but it's a good feeling.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Well, we speak so much about if she didn't have superpowers, what this show would look like, and so hopefully these themes are universal for people watching at home, that we definitely see ourselves in someone that's going through her regular everyday journeys, and then sometimes she fights, aliens.
Right.
It's kind of a weird comparison. I got kind of like a Devil Wears Prada vibe, but with superpowers, which I mean that in a really good way.
Well, thank you.
Well, I mean, obviously, like, Supergirl, kind of familiar. Jimmy Olsen, historically, kind of a dork, and you don't really seem like much of a dork.
I resent that comment. I'm a huge dork, actually. I don't fit the iconography of a dork, but I am.
Well, but this Jimmy, it's interesting because this Jimmy, he has the history with Superman. He comes to, he already was in Metropolis. He already was, so is it maybe Jimmy a little, or James, a little evolved?
James.
Maybe he is a more mature guy than we've seen before?
Yeah, he's 30 pounds heavier. He's, I have a little less hair. Not Nordic this time, but it's here's the thing. It's the 21st century, and I really feel really cool and good about what Allie and Greg did in DC Comics and Warner Brothers and CBS, and I applaud that because it's like, we're moving to a new place in this country, and it just kind of goes to show you that all things are possible, and that we can reimagine what our great-grandfathers didn't, and it's just a really cool thing to be part of. It's overwhelming.
But we did not change the DNA of who this character is. He's still James Olsen, grown up, worked out, certainly. It's very big here. But
got a tan.
He still has the same, things to prove that Jimmy Olsen did. And James, having worked with Superman for many years now, has the experience that he can take with him into his adventures with Supergirl.
Right.
Is he almost, in this interpretation, will Kara be looking to him in a mentor way that really will flip who Jimmy and now James has been in the super lore.
Do you have an NDA that you can sign?
No one will
You're
share
trying to-
this. I mean, it'll go on the website, but no one will give it.
Oh, this is not going to be aired?
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Okay, I'll check this out.
In a way, yeah, but also as a confidant. I think Kara's kind of like formed this little circle where that she feels like there's only a few, very, very few people that know, you know.
And I'm one of the only people in the world. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
James is one of the few people in the world who actually has had experience dealing with a superhero and a Kryptonian.
My cousin.
Right,
Yeah.
and so like just bringing that sort of experience to her is very helpful. So maybe there's a mentorship program.
And Ali, can you talk a bit about what we're going to be seeing in terms of villains? You sort of have an engine you put into the show to give you villains, but obviously a show like this, everyone's going to be wondering who from the comic books might we see?
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about these villains. I mean, I think there's some interesting, if people want to look at their names, I think we have some famous names from DC Comics that pepper our cast. We're definitely bringing out some big guns in the early part of the season, and we may talk about that later tonight on the panel, hopefully. But we're really excited, and we talk about often that some of the biggest villains aren't the ones that like can fly, but are the ones that are inside, and so we're fighting those every day.
Nice.
Thanks, babe.
You mentioned the panel tonight. It's going to be quite a panel with all of these different DC shows. You've got Gotham and Arrow and The Flash and Legends of Tomorrow. It's exciting for you guys to now be part of all of this and go out there with all of them.
Yes.
Simply put, yes. Yeah. It's just great to be part of a family like that, and it's just great to be part of something. It's cool, man. It's really great.
The history of this company and how much creative content has been produced is just inspirational, and we hope to borrow and hopefully carry their torch too.
I know, we kind of know right now it's a little bit of a maybe one day we'll see as far as the question of crossovers with Flash and Arrow, but are you hoping one day that all that can be worked out? Because there was those pictures of you and Grant and everyone got so excited that you could actually be filming some
Isn't there a
great
comic
pictures.
book too where Supergirl and Flash?
There is a comic book, but it's down on 2 different networks.
Yes, forgot that.
I think in success, we hope to explore every possibility.
Yeah.
So one day you'll maybe be walking out there all suited up once again with him. Looking for that.
No.
Yeah, you can tell me.
Once again, the NDA.
Can you talk about the organization she works for and the fact that it's her boss is not exactly, she's helping hunt aliens and he's not very trusting of her. How is that dynamic?
It's funny that Hank is so skeptical of her because she's been on Earth for years and years and never used her power, and I think that maybe is like she's a little unpredictable to him, or he feels like she's not capable, or maybe it's because she's a girl.
You wouldn't give your kid the keys to the Lamborghini to the 15-year-old kid with the permit. And so what's wonderful is this season, especially at the early part of the season, we definitely get to explore her learning curve. She's had these powers. She hasn't necessarily mastered them. And so hopefully we'll put her up against some tremendous obstacles, and she will probably win.
She's really having to prove herself.
I was going to say, I love the kind of the origin story thing, but more like the kind of the adaptation of having new powers. Are we going to get kind of a learning curve in there?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you guys you have like an established character. It's not like with a movie where you have to get through all of that in the first 10 minutes really quick or everyone's going to get bored. You guys can kind of play with that.
Does it help the familiarity of Supergirl that you don't have to be so explicit with what she can do because people are pretty
I think definitely we all understand Superman's powers, and she certainly has those, but maybe, there's definitely an exploration over the season, what does she learn, and are we ever really done learning? Because we have new vulnerabilities and new strengths discovered every day, all of us, not just our alien friends.
Was it the first time you had the costume on? Did it just, because we all have that childhood thing, but you see a lot of people here putting on this costume, so it's like.
That was a really, really great day, and it was something that I never ever thought or I would be doing or pictured myself to do, and so I didn't know what to expect, but there's a shift that goes on internally, when I put it on, and it just feels like strength.
Yeah, the first time I saw her I was in a camera test, and she walked into the soundstage, and I just thought it was, you know, like a stunt double or somebody. I had no clue it was her. She did not even look. I was like, Alyssa? I was like, and then I got afraid. I was like, she could really beat me up.
Did she have a super strut happening?
I gotta start working out. Sorry, what's that?
Super struts? Did she like strut in?
No, it's just, she was like floating. I was just like, who is this goddess?
Well, it's funny because like I don't really recognize myself sometimes.
Right.
When I watch this, when I see the pilot, or when I would see playback like on set when we were filming, doing the action when she's fighting, I would be like, that's not. That's me?
I know.
It's gonna be so strange. I was gonna ask Todd, are you jealous you don't get a costume? Like you kind of have like business casual, but it's
have
like
you seen his gun?
J shirt, you know.
He's got a costume.
Listen,
The camera's kind of your costume.
I'm happy to be there. You know, you want to put me in a shirt, go ahead. You want to put me in a costume, go ahead.
I bet
a
on
onesie, I don't really care.
I bet like a rough morning, it's a little bit less wardrobe time. It's probably easy.
Yeah.
How is like the costume in terms of just like structure and getting into it? Is it?
There's a lot of layers.
Yeah.
It takes a little. It's a 2-person, 3-person job to get into it.
How does
That's
it?
what I say about all my outfits. It's weird.
It kind of we kind of see it kind of introduced in pieces, right? Throughout the show.
Well, there's the sort of the different
there's
versions.
an evolution.
Of the costume, yeah.
Okay. Is that going to be like a montage, or is that going to be like kind of like a trial and error sort of thing?
I think that you're gonna have to watch that and really enjoy yourself during that.
All right.
That either montage or not.
All right. Well, when can people watch this?
Oh, the actual premiere?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll have to say it with your
October
words.
26th.
Awesome.
8:30, right after Big Bang, and the next week it's 8 o'clock.
Cool. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us.
thank you.
The show looks
Thank
great.
you.
We've got plenty more Comic-Con stuff coming up real soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you. That was really fun.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LGG4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier the size.
And welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con, brought to you by the all-new LGG4. I'm Max Scoville, joined by Roth, and we've got Brandon, Katie, and Phil. You guys are from Legends of Tomorrow.
Yes, today.
I was totally going to say that, and then I was like, that might be some weird branding issue or something. It's no, actually, it's just tomorrow.
That's the name of our talk show, Legends of Tomorrow. Today!
That's the after show that Chris Hardwick will inevitably host.
Hey, love it.
We're kind of doing a talk show right now. We have people watching at home. We're doing this live. If you guys want to tweet at us, we're IGN on Twitter. Use the hashtag IGN Live. We're going to try to answer questions live on the show.
Oh, cool.
We also have questions of our own.
I'm sorry, Roth. I didn't mean to stop
No,
you.
I want the people to ask. People ask, but I'm going to ask. So that teaser, I really loved that teaser. Did you enjoy it? Yes, it was great. But I know that was shot just to sort of get a feel for the show. So how many of those elements that we saw in the teaser will actually make its way onto the series? Obviously, the characters will all be there. Will there be a rooftop conversation, an introduction of the team?
There will be a rooftop conversation. That's probably the most banal part of the series, because what we do introduce in the pilot is the element of time travel.
Yes.
So it's sort of kissing the present goodbye and setting off for past and futures, which become successively kind of crazy and screwed up as our team sort of make a real mess out of trying to save the future from our big bad Vandal Savage.
Yes. Is this the biggest villain that has been introduced in this DC TV universe that you think? I mean, he's got a big end game, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's been around for a while. How many years?
I mean, I think 4,000 to 6,000.
4,000 to 6,000
Anytime
years.
you take on an immortal, there's certain complications. Primarily, how do you kill him?
And I have to imagine eventually that this is a team up series,
Yeah.
but that may actually, by the end of things, invite in people like Barry and Oliver.
Right.
To all have to kind of get together to end this thing.
Exactly. I mean, I think.
Let's just talk about the whole arc.
Sure. I mean, the fact that we have to bring in people like Sarah.
First of all, welcome back, Sarah.
Right.
From the dead.
Right. It sort of speaks to this isn't a conventional mission. Normally, if you bring a team of just good guys, and Ray Palmer is pretty clean scrubbed and a man with heroic aspirations, but Sarah, on the other hand, I'm not really sure what makes her tick, and the fact that Rip Hunter puts together a team of misfits. He's got a secret plan, but he also puts together a volatile mixture of people who have differing agendas and certainly don't work together in concert.
It sounds like you have a really good formula for a show. You've got a band of misfits and you've got
Right.
time travel. That's
Correct.
that's such a toy box.
Yes.
From a
And we have like Arrow and Flash. I
Yeah.
mean, like these two hit shows, and a lot of the next seasons for both of the shows will be helping to introduce our characters and setting it up. So they're really like taking us, setting that platform up for us, and it's such a cool world already that they've created, and just the fan base from it too. It's like, I mean, to me, I'm really excited to see what happens, because I don't even know how they could make it bigger from where they already are. And
Right.
this is really going to be an event series, like each piece, and it's all about one big overall story.
So let's talk about your resurrection a little bit as now the White Canary. First of all, I mean, what sort of changed in her? We know that people don't come back the same ever when they're resurrected, but certainly in the Lazarus Pit. So how is she different? Is she still going to be able to connect with her family? Black Canary and White Canary are typically, they have static.
Yeah, no, I was reading that comic actually on the train. So I haven't read anything, but my speculation and where I hope they go, when she gets out, I mean, she was dead for a while.
Yeah.
That she's going to be different, and I'm hoping she's like bat poop crazy. I censored myself.
Yeah.
So kind of on a more meta level, did you know that was going to happen? Because like typically when like an actor gets killed off in a show, that's kind of bad, you know?
Yeah.
So-
No, I definitely didn't know. It was like, you're dead, you're done. They didn't know either. Or if they did, that was really mean of them to not tell me.
They decided they liked you kind of out there. Maybe we're too hard on her. Let's
Maybe.
figure something out.
Well, I think part of it too, like the fans really connected with that character, and so they were really bummed and pissed to lose her. But no, I definitely didn't know, and I was like, all right, fine, like I don't be on your show anyways. And then when they called me, I was like, okay, yeah, I totally want to do it.
Well, so let's talk about your suit. Finally got it working after all this time. We saw you become very little. Now, I'm going to ask a granular question here. In the teaser, a giant foot comes into frame. That could be a robot, or could it be a giant atom?
Well, I think it's meant to be a minion of Vandal Savage, somebody
It is
that
a minion.
Vandal Savage has brought.
Because you're
somehow
there fighting the foot.
Right. I mean, this is all the future is unwritten, both in the world of our show and in the actual creation of our show. We're just working on the pilot now, so it's really strange for us. We know the characters and we know their backstories, but for us, it's it is like you were saying, it is a giant sandbox that we have to play in. But like if it seems like we're being coy with not telling you about where we're going, we have milestones along the way. But there really is, like, it could go anywhere. It's like, for me personally, the thing that I find so exciting about it is just getting to write for these characters. And there will be incredible action set pieces, and there will be mythological like reveals and all that stuff. But for me to just put these 8 people in a room together and have them banter, so far,
putting action figures together.
It's the most fun you can ever have. It's the most fun show I've ever written.
Well, good. When does it premiere?
Well, I mean, 2016.
Do you have a?
I don't
which
have
end?
a date, but
Is
it's
it early?
yeah.
Early 2016.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go with that.
Yeah, right.
Well, you guys are going to be also talking plenty more at a big panel later today, yeah?
Yes. For
Looking
sure.
forward to that.
Well, cool.
Fun.
Yeah, I'm sure we're probably going to be reporting on stuff from that. And we've got plenty more Comic-Con stuff coming up. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Great having you here. Stay tuned, guys. More to come.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Roth. I am here at Comic-Con with what? Team Deadpool.
Yep.
How
Yeah, man.
excited are you guys? How excited are you?
I'm out of my mind. I can't believe we're
Right?
here. It's a bit of a pinch me moment. It's about a year ago today.
Best friends.
About a year ago today. About a year ago today, they some asshole leaked the test footage, and I'm very upset with him. And here we are. One way or another, the audience spoke, and for some weird reason, the studio listened. And we are here. We got to make our movie. We got to make it the way we wanted to, and it's Comic-Con now. So
The audience spoke. They didn't just speak. They yelled.
They yelled.
They yelled for it.
That test footage is
Right,
amazing.
you guys want to see
How
Deadpool?
close? He's going to interact with the audience down there, as we
Just
knew
did
would
it.
happen. How close is the final film going to be to that test footage? Because we do love it. We love it around here.
Yeah, I mean that test footage is the tip of the iceberg. I mean
Yeah.
that's really just it. It was only created to be a sort of an in-house marker of what we were capable of doing. I mean, it was never meant to be seen by the public in any way, shape, or form. So, we're you got the whole film is like that's just a small piece. I mean,
Totally, yeah.
Tonally speaking, that is the movie. Yeah.
So we don't even really know what this Deadpool can do in terms of his abilities. Can he teleport? Does he have a magic satchel? Are you going that deep into the comics?
That's some leading the witness right there.
Ryan actually has a magic satchel, but
Ryan
Deadpool
does.
does
It's a
not.
magic.
Deadpool
It's a
does
magic
not.
fanny pack. That's not
It's a satchel
call
when
it
he's
what it
slinging
is.
over his shoulder. Ryan,
Yeah.
I told you.
So you're not
In
going
every scene,
kind
I'm
of
like,
that
it's a
deep.
satchel.
Deadpool can Deadpool can time travel. He can do whatever he wants. Are we waiting
We're
on
not
those
going
abilities?
anywhere near that in this
Okay.
movie. No. We have just we have the Deadpool that we all know and love, and no time travel element.
the
or anything like
beginnings.
that. That stuff's hard to write. We got to begin somewhere. So
Okay.
maybe down the line. I don't know.
Do these two have sort of the same relationship they do in the comics in terms of like Deadpool loves him, needs him, but is horrible to him?
Yeah, we're all generally kind of horrible. To
Yeah,
each
we're all
other.
horrible to each other, both on set and off.
No.
I mean, I think that they have a complicated relationship. They hate each other. They love each other. We're sort of seeing their friendship blossom since this is an origin story, or we're seeing the good aspects of it. And yeah, he needs guns, and I've got him. And I need somebody who drinks blowjobs, and
Sure.
he's got him.
That could be taken
And he's got
a
it.
different way.
I heard a whole different thing.
That's fine.
But you, young lady, as long as we're on this topic, so your character, we know very little bit about her and how she
Right.
fits into this universe. In the comics, she's a student of Emma Frost. That would seem very unusual for this film. So what is her sort of tie-in?
Right. So Negasonic Teenage Warhead is Colossus's trainee in the film. So she is on the same side as Deadpool, but
But Colossus and Deadpool are fighting. I know. I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know if Deadpool's on anyone's side.
Yeah, okay.
Deadpool's on Deadpool's side.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
And Weasel's on Weasel's side too. I mean, we get a lot of
selfish people in this
dark
movie.
insanity.
That's
So
true.
you're aligned
She fights
with
for good, though.
Okay, you
NTW
fight
fights for the side of good.
And Deadpool fights for vengeance. in this
Deadpool
one.
fights for the side of cash.
Yes. And
Yes.
a little bit, this is a vengeance film, no?
There is a little bit of vengeance in there. What wouldn't be? You can't even make a lasagna without vengeance. So, of course.
Is Ajax the big bad in this movie? Is there maybe another one that's kind of hidden, lurking in the shadows?
Ajax is definitely in it. I'll say that much.
Okay.
He's definitely one of our baddies for sure.
He came out and he
But
said
there are
that
more.
there are more baddies than that. More baddies to come. How do you sort of foresee this? I cannot even. This crowd. Oh my God.
Oh! I didn't see you there.
Yeah, that's right. I held Ryan Reynolds' hand.
Wow, look at those outfits.
They're all yelling, "Hold his hand, hold his hand." We give the people what they want.
Ask him the things you want to know. All right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How is Deadpool going to kind of the hard R solo film going to fit into the larger X-Men universe, do you think?
Carefully, I guess. I mean, it's how it fits into the larger X-Men universe. To be totally frank, when we were making the movie, we don't give a shit. We're just trying to put the most authentic version of Deadpool on the screen as possible. So how it fits into the larger universe, I don't really know. I mean, I'd love to see X-Force explored. I'd love to see some of those storylines. I'd love to see Cable, some of that stuff. So we'll see. I don't know. You know, down the road, it'll all depend on whether or not the audience comes out and supports the film in a way which we need, which is, you know, on a rated R movie, that's exactly what you need. It's just that's always the uphill battle, is that, you know, because the 7-year-olds can't see it, you have to make sure all of the over 18s.
That doesn't mean if you're, you know, an adult, you can't bring your teeny tiny little baby.
Yeah, I mean,
A baby can't understand.
The baby doesn't hear the cursing.
Yeah.
They don't see the
What's a baby
violence.
gonna do? Report us?
Exactly.
Yeah, right, exactly. These babies can't even hold their phones. They're not gonna record it.
Yeah.
They're gonna bootleg it.
I have no control left in the world. So Wolverine, let's talk about Wolverine a little bit.
Let's talk about Wolverine.
Hugh Jackman keeps indicating that he's like sort of ready to let go of the franchise. One thing that we said that might be fun was for Deadpool to just A, straight up kill him. Do you think that would be a great way for him to go? And B, you also have the longevity that he does, so potentially could be that linchpin, although a way meaner and more insane linchpin. Would that be something you'd want to do?
I've written of the studio several letters stating my intention to actually play Wolverine when Hugh dies.
But those all came to my house. I gave them the studio's address as my address.
The studio, I'm pretty sure, is in Culver City.
Yeah.
The redress number in Reno.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's all going to tie in. I'd be curious to see how I know they have a master plan that they're pretty specific about, and I know that Deadpool has some involvement in that plan. I don't know what that is, though.
How much has the script changed? You were not in the original script, as far as I know. I didn't read it because I don't read leaked things or watch leaked things. But supposedly there have been some changes made. How sort of dramatically has it changed from what it was originally?
How much? Was it just me, or are you going to go?
I don't. Were you asking me?
The script
I don't
hasn't
know.
changed. The script is, I mean, we started working on the script 6 years ago, formally. And the only thing that changed was at one point we investigated a PG-13 version, and then it just never worked. And then obviously we got really lucky, and the studio let us go rated R, and here we are. So it hasn't changed that much. NTW
Here
was
we
not
are.
the original one. But
Here we are.
Here we
And here you are.
We
What
are,
sort of
really.
training did you do for the action sequences?
For the fighting sequences, I did like a Muay Thai training, but most of the stunts that were performed were by my stunt double. I had a great stunt double, so she was great.
Is there any room in the midst of doing all of this action between the two of you especially? I imagine there has to be some room for some improv and things like that on set.
There's a little bit of comedy. There's a little bit. Yeah, there's some, you got to have Deadpool inherently is a really funny character. I like to think the Weasel is too. So we had some fun on set. We had some jokes, and I put a whoopee cushion under Ryan's
prosthetic leg.
Yeah, he's a prosthetic leg, and it actually made it fall off, and then he had a tough time. It was really embarrassing for him, and I felt bad.
Awesome.
We like alts. We did a lot of alts.
We did a lot of alts. A lot of
alternate
riffing,
jokes,
a lot of improvising.
A lot of different, for every joke in the movie, we have maybe 7 or 8 more. Hi!
Tim.
yeah, you turn around.
And Tim Miller was a really good director, letting us improvise, letting us sort of have alts, letting us riff. We tried all kinds of stuff, and hopefully a good amount of it got into the film. Ryan's seen a lot of it, but I haven't seen any of it. So.
How much did he sort of direct you in terms of, did he just want you to go off that script, or did he want you to dig into the comics history for your characters? I know you already had it, you knew it.
I did you, I mean, you read yourself in the comics, read your character in the comic book. I read a little bit of it, but there wasn't, he's just sort of said, this character is your own. Don't try and, we should be emulating what the fans think the character is, to be sure, but doesn't have to, this is a new telling of this in the motion picture format. Pictures move, there's sound, it's a talkie.
It's a talkie after all, and there might even be color in it. We don't know. So are you guys looking forward to Hall H today? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You're going to show some footage and stuff like that?
Really excited about all of it.
Yeah. All right, awesome. Well, the fans are very excited. IGN is very excited. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con, brought to you by the all-new LG G4. I'm Max Scoville from IGN. With me, Brian Altano and Chris Tilley, also from IGN. And then Mike Tyson.
Hey, guys.
From real life. And Mike Tyson Mysteries.
I'm here.
How's it going, man?
Man, it's just, this place is overwhelming.
It's a lot. It's a lot of people. Can you fight them all?
There's no way.
I'll help you.
Maybe on the cartoon, but it's just so draining.
So you're a cartoon character now. How does that feel?
I don't know yet.
I mean, is that like you're...
It's like I live my life, always been a cartoon character. If you remember my past life, I am a cartoon character.
Is it nice to be the good guy, though, for once?
I don't know if I'm the good guy. They present me as that way. Hi, guys.
So I love that. I've been wanting to ask this. This is something I've always been curious about. You train pigeons, correct?
Yeah.
And you've got a pigeon sidekick voiced by Norm Macdonald. Have you had any input on how pigeons actually behave in the cartoon?
No, not at all. I've never met Norm in my life. Never in a million years. And of course, if you watch Today, I was talking to Jim Rash all the time, and all the time I'm thinking this is Norm, because I had no idea who Norman was, but what I did realize that he has a big following, because every time I'm in the show, hey man, how's it like working with Norm? Norm is the greatest, Norm is this, Norm Macdonald's the #1 Norman. And I'm telling you, Norman's an awesome guy, he's nice, it's a nice, intellectual guy, deep thinker, because it's Jim Rash. And I'm thinking, and then I know, we never met him. No, that's what I made a mistake. I don't know.
Voice is your pigeon, man. So you guys should be close.
Hey, he has some really serious and strange behavior. He doesn't show up. I never met Norm Macdonald.
Wow. That's weird. No, I went to one of his comedy shows once.
I heard he's great.
He's great. He's a weird dude. It's just like it always kind of feels like he doesn't want to be there, and he's making a joke out of it, and everybody's really in on it. It's kind of wonderful.
So this is a cartoon. Did you grow up watching cartoons?
Yes, like everyone else.
What was your favorite when you were growing up?
Scooby-Doo.
Yes. All right.
The Justice League of America, and all that good stuff.
Are you into any of like the superhero movies that they're doing? I mean, they're kind of like, here's the big grown-up
I love
version
X-Men. I'm an X-Men junkie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Are you stoked about the new one? Are you
Yeah,
keeping
because
track with it?
Apocalypse is going to be in. That's my favorite superhero.
Really? Like Apocalypse? He's cool. I mean, I'm not arguing.
He's the
Yeah,
coolest.
he kicks their ass on a regular basis.
He always wins. Yeah.
Would you ever play an X-Men character?
I want to play Apocalypse only.
I think you'd be a really good Apocalypse.
Yeah, I know. I do him real well.
All right, we actually have a question from Twitter. Let's check that out right now. If you are following us
Twitter.
on Twitter, we're IGN on there. You can use the hashtag IGN Live. We just did that one.
We just did that question.
Come on, this is
Dennis.
stage, man. You're sleeping at the desk.
That's ridiculous. Okay, if you could, here's a better question. If you could fight any superhero, who would you fight? Who's the one who you don't like?
Galactus.
Okay.
That would be an awesome fight.
Because of the hat, right?
No, he's just a monster, man.
How would you beat him?
He does eat planets.
He's not gonna get beaten, but
Well, he eats a planet, so you have to just cover a planet in poison.
you can't poison him. You have to just he's immune to everything. You have to just take him out in the middle of the space.
Yeah.
And just leave him there for billions of miles of nothing but black space.
He's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, true.
You've thought about this, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. So what's going on with the show? Like you're solving mysteries.
No, well, now we're talking about the show. Now I can open up. The show is awesome. We're going to have some new show. We have a new episode we just did, and it's going to start airing in the fall. Yeah, that's the fall. And it's really awesome. And of course, you already saw that I wish I should have brought it today. I have a figure, the little doll figure of me in my little astronaut suit.
Wow.
And because I'm a serial astronaut killer, reluctantly.
That makes no sense to me.
They happen
But
to die in my presence, and
Have they brought you any ideas for the show? And they're like, here's what you're doing in this one, and you're like, what?
no, everything is I don't know how to describe our team. It's like eclectic amalgamation of just it's just some really interesting stuff. You know, we just all from different worlds, different ways of thinking, and we both didn't want to do it. Hugh Davidson didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, and it's we're very grateful now that we did it.
You probably get asked this constantly, but will we ever get Mike Tyson's Punch-Out too?
Hey, we're working on it. It's tough, man. This guy's not giving in. We tried to go to some other organizations that work with electronics and stuff, and they've been thinking about it as well.
I got friends at Nintendo. We got to talk to them.
Hey. Oh, I like that one. But you know, I'm in what am I in? UFC.
Oh, you're in UFC.
I can fight the guys in there.
Nice.
Mike Tyson be fighting the UFC guys.
Are you a UFC fan?
Yeah, big time.
All right, we have to wrap things. I feel really weird cutting off Mike Tyson.
Why'd you do that? Why did you do that?
There's a man yelling at my.
You sound like my
he's
therapist.
over there if you want to go.
We gotta
after
go.
him.
Time.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us.
Not therapists do that. You're talking, you spin out your heart, and about being abused as a kid and all that stuff. All right, time. We gotta go. Time.
Well, thank you for joining us so much. This has been awesome. We have plenty more Comic-Con stuff coming up, so stay tuned.
And did you
Do
ever
not go anywhere.
understand why? You never told me why they do that. Do you understand why they do that?
Let's just do Mike Tyson for the rest of the show. Let's just keep this three full days of Tyson. I'm down.
All right, see you guys in a minute.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Hey guys, Eric here, back at Comic-Con outside with plenty of fun people behind us. I am here with the crew from one of my very favorite shows, Hannibal. Guys, thanks for coming here with us.
Thank you for having us. Indeed.
Let's get the elephant in the room, or the elephant outside the convention center, out of the way. What's going on with the future of the show, Brian?
Martha?
Well, as you've heard, and we just recently heard, it's kind of after doing season 3.
Yeah.
We ended on a fantastic note where it could continue on or stay where it is for a pause.
Okay.
And I think where we're finding the pause is kind of happening, just due to everybody's schedules, and we need we need time to develop the next stretch.
Mm-hmm.
It goes into a completely new world, and that's what we're excited about. And we're here to actually talk about what we're doing right now, which is going into Red Dragon.
You're about to go into a big storyline. We still have it. Well, we're wrapping up sort of the Italy adventure, as it were, for Hannibal. What can you say though about delving into the book upon which this is all based, Brian, and finally going to the Red Dragon story?
It's been a really fascinating experience because we mined it so thoroughly in the first 2 seasons that we're now able to use dynamics that we created in the show to transform the Red Dragon story so it feels fresh. It's a lot of the stuff, if you're a fan of the Red Dragon series, you're going to get a lot of what you love, and you're also going to get some new dynamics between Will and Hannibal and Francis Dollarhide that you hadn't seen in any previous adaptation, so it's very exciting.
And Richard, obviously, you're going to embody this very famous character. This is a show that obviously Hugh already went through this, Mass went through this, the playing of a character that people already have identified a couple of great actors with. How do you approach it? Do you just kind of go a clean slate when you go into like this?
Yeah, I'd seen Manhunter years ago, but it wasn't clear in my mind. It was too long ago, and I didn't revisit those films, but I certainly absorbed myself in the book, and it reintroduced me to Thomas Harris's great writing, and it made me understand why the series of Hannibal had been so rich, because he gives so much detail to each character. So that was really my starting point and my end point, really.
And Hugh, for your character, I mean, we're about 2 weeks away from seeing how exactly the dynamics about to shift again. But in the book Red Dragon, obviously, Will Graham is in a different place maybe than in the show, but still, obviously, there's a damaged history with Hannibal. That's the basics. So can you talk about what it will be like for Will to now encounter? He's encountered a lot of crazy things, but will Francis be a new level of crazy for him?
I think so. I think there's something particularly terrifying about Dollarhide, although he knows him as the Red Dragon, obviously, because of what he represents, which is somebody who maybe reminds him of the worst, most frightening version of himself. Maybe, and also possibly he sees as a version of a kind of proto-Hannibal who he might be able to save. So there's a lot of significance to it. And what we have, I mean, really, as Brian was saying, is a situation when by now in our 3rd season, there's a much richer backstory between me and Hannibal. So that comes into play a lot more too.
Martha, for you, because when this show began, I mean, from the beginning, we knew we would get to Red Dragon. I mean, remember Brian?
Well, we didn't know.
We didn't know. But, knock on wood, we would get to there. So did it feel like, this sort of milestone moment that, okay, here we are. We are now reaching, we're reaching the beginning, as it were, when you got to go into this story?
Well, actually, when I first met Brian, we talked about what the show would be, and it was all pre-Red Dragon. And I think in going along in every season, the ante's always upped, episode by episode per season. It just ups one episode. And so with the escalation, it was a slip into the book of Hannibal. So that was incorporated many of the themes before we get to the Red Dragon. So that's what pretty much the natural progression, I think, of what was crafted was so genius. Thank you, Brian, of leading then into now the great Red Dragon. And we have a lot of fun with it.
Brian, this show has had a great fun kind of remixing Hannibal lore, you know, and then taking different aspects and putting them in different ways. So when you go into Red Dragon, because again, it is a story we've seen a couple movies of, you've got certain characters and Freddie Lounge's involvement and Molly's involvement. Are you having fun sort of subverting, as you often have on the show, using those familiar things that happen, but in maybe ways people don't expect?
Absolutely. We've kind of redefined a lot of the character dynamics with the show. There are incidences that you are familiar with that we're approaching from a completely different angle. Things that in the novel and the previous adaptations that could have happened but didn't happen, we sort of make happen, just to give audience members who are as familiar with the literature and the previous adaptations as I am a fresh experience, because I want it to feel new, even though that we're telling a story that's been told a couple of times before.
And Richard, you know, the character in the book, which I actually recently reread, you know, he's a scary guy. He does awful things, but there is a sympathetic side to him. We obviously get the backstory with him. For you approaching him, how did you want to sort of to portray him on screen? Because he needs to be terrifying, but you also have to want to see what motivated him.
I feel like my instincts towards him when I read the book were that I was looking to empathize with him in an attempt to play him, but I felt like if I could get the audience to do the same, then maybe I would have succeeded in finding that balance, because it's when you realize what that character does and how he does it and why, to then empathize with a man that can fall in love is, I don't know, it's quite a tricky thing to rationalize in your mind. But I just loved the strangeness of that process and working with these guys who really protect the character and understand him in that way was brilliant.
We were told quite a while ago, a few months ago, that there'd be a time jump at this point in the show. Hugh, your character, I think I told you before, my wife's always like, I feel so bad for him because he's gone through a lot. We've heard that this might be, for a little while at least, a happier Will. There's reason to believe that. He has a love interest.
I know I put the microphone in my mouth.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, you see him, you know, in some ways, jumping back to the very first episode of the first season, he's managed to put some distance between him and you know, at that point it was just the job of being a profiler, and now it's everything, the history with Hannibal. And you know, for a moment we see him in this kind of new domestic reality, living off in the woods with Molly and their kid, and the dogs. But I have to say, it does not last very long.
Right. It won't last too long. Martha, you know, this show has reinvented itself a few times. Has that been an exciting aspect for you, that it's not been like, this is the format of Hannibal, and that you can switch it up in this way?
I think season one, we started with a format trying to incorporate more procedural.
Right.
But I think just lending the story and what really everyone clamored for was more the bromance between Will Graham and Hannibal, that the progression then obviously was, you know, just happened. Not that it just happened, nothing ever just happens. But loving it. I think everybody just loves the way the progression happened, and with such beauty and class and quality and star actors, all of them. Just absolutely, who would have thought?
Here's where I don't know how much you can say, you know, because we have a clearly defined idea of what Hannibal's role is in Red Dragon. I'm assuming we're going to get a version of that. You already kind of subverted it in season 2 by having them on the opposite side of the bars. But is there just a real kind of cool feel when you get to do, I assume, a Will Graham Hannibal classic face-off like that?
Yeah, the part of the fun and the iconography of the characters is getting that face-to-face moment for the first time between these two men. And because of the nature of the show and how much we've explored between them, it has a melancholy effect that you mourn for the friendship, and then you realize it's an impossible one.
Right. And, you know, Richard, for you joining the show, this is an extremely visceral show. They do some things visually that are very surprising and, you know, shocking. What was it like for you to go in and to see on the set that's what the things going on?
I stayed away from quite a lot of it. I certainly didn't visit the one set where Will Graham discovers the murder. I for some reason I wanted to keep the character compartmentalized so that he never really embraced what what he did. But there was one scene where it was written that Dolarhyde dines on something quite despicable, and it was shocking to me to be asked to do it, and I was quite shocked at myself having done it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that ends up.
We are looking forward to seeing whatever it is you're referring to. Guys, obviously love Hannibal here. We have our fingers crossed about the future of the show. In the meantime, though, several more episodes Thursday nights, NBC at 10. Tune in for plenty more from Comic-Con. Keep it here at IGN. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What's up, Comic-Con superfans? We're here outside the show floor with one of Marvel's Ant-Man's tiny billboards, which are hidden all over the San Diego Gaslamp District. Marvel's giving you a chance to win some sweet Ant-Man prizes by tweeting a photo of yourself with one of these using the hashtag #BillboardsForAnt sweepstakes. So go out there, true believers, and happy hunting.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up.
Hey, we're here with some really awesome people from one of the fall's most hotly anticipated shows, Supergirl. Welcome to Comic-Con, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
So you are coming here for the first time with your show. I wanted to ask you guys just a little bit about the characters you play. Jeremy, let's talk about Win for a second.
Win Shot.
Yes. Who some comic fans would know later on as somebody named the Toyman. Is that something that we'll see sooner or down the line?
Yeah, I just found out that my character shares a name with a infamous villain, so that's weird. I don't know anything about that though. I mean, all I know is that I'm like
He's such a nice guy.
I'm a nice kid, IT whiz, and I kind of become one of Supergirl's sort of best. Well, we're already besties. Let's be honest.
It's
in
true.
my mind, but no, I kind of help her sort of find her superhero identity.
And how do you react to that?
How do I react to that? As me?
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. I make her costume, for one, as I sew.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, I'm a Renaissance man, as he says. But yeah, no, we're just getting to meet all these characters, so we're learning, as you guys are learning about all these.
I think
great
we're kind of the
things.
last to know, actually.
Oh, we're always the last. Of course we are.
You just show up and
I found
say
out
stuff,
why
you're
they
like,
do that.
"What?"
It's because they always change things, so they tell you like really early on, and you get it in your head that like, oh, my character's gonna be awesome, and then you get the actual script, you're like, oh man, what happened?
Well, David, speaking of somebody who may down the line become someone else, where does your character start off on the show? You're sort of the head of this really sort of clandestine organization. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I'm the head of the DEO, Hank Henshaw. What's for me personally, what's great about it, because I've read a lot of the comic book mythology, and I know that he has a huge trajectory. He actually becomes indestructible, which I really like because I've been blown up on my last two shows. so I'm kind of looking forward to just exploring who he is and finding out who he is. And I think I said earlier that one of the great things about these comic books is that they're very interpretive. So depending on which story you want to tell, you can kind of take it in any direction. So I'm really, really keen to find out exactly who he is and exactly who Greg and Ali and Sarah and Andrew want to make him. So it's still embryonic, very much embryonic, but I just know he's got a massive, massive future, and there's just so much that you can do with this guy.
And what are his feelings about Supergirl initially?
Well, Hank has a real loathing of aliens. Why? I don't know, but he's in the comic book it's suggested that Superman is responsible for the death of his wife. But again, we can interpret that in any way. But I think what we try and suggest in the pilot is that there is a a dark secret, a kind of brooding presence. And as I say, I'm really looking forward to kind of unpacking that and explaining exactly who he is and going on a great journey.
Awesome. Kyler, talk about Alex for a second.
I'm going to duplicate everything that he
That's
just
fine.
said because
That's
it was
fine.
an excellent
Because you
answer.
could become indestructible in the future too.
Who knows?
Yeah.
And he said embryonic.
Yeah.
I'll sew you an indestructible suit with my sewing powers.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
But as the foster sister
Mhm.
of Kara, is she kind of always looking out for us, trying to make sure she's safe, making the right decisions?
Yeah, there's definitely a protective quality. You know, she's when Kara came into the picture, you know, Alex was kind of she was the only child and she was kind of like the star in her family. And then, you know, Kara comes in and she has to compare in a sense, or she kind of creates her own competitive nature towards Kara in a sense, because Kara has so many incredible abilities on her own and Alex has to work extra hard to get kind of the same, you know, level in a sense. So Alex is just very driven and she is protective. She loves her sister, loves her family, but you know, there's a lot that we end up learning about her that's kind of cool and different. And
so how does she feel about sort of Kara's decision to start doing the rescue stuff?
Alex is quite pissed about it, actually. She again, it's that protective quality. She doesn't want people to know, you know, what she is, and you know, it just brings in so much. And obviously, you find out her, you know, background and what she's actually doing. There's a lot to it. It's very layered.
Did you really do that kind of zip wire upsail down from the helicopter?
Absolutely.
She's great. She does a lot of action stuff.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. And we're here at Comic-Con. Stay tuned to IGN for all the news.
Woohoo!
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Back to IGN Live at Comic-Con, brought to you by the all-new LG G4. I'm Max Gova. With me is Eric from IGN. We've got Ben, and we've got Robin, and we've got Bruno from Gotham. You do Commissioner, not quite Commissioner yet.
That's right.
Gordon, we got not quite the Penguin yet.
We're getting there.
Getting there. And then, of course, the executive producer of this magical thing. We've got a ton of questions for you. I'm sure you guys at home do too. We are on Twitter. We're IGN on there. Use IGN Live, the hashtag, and get your questions to us because we'll answer them. Do you have some questions?
Yeah, I do. You know, we left off, obviously, big things happened at the season finale. Your love life took a very complicated turn. You know, don't you hate it when your ex turns homicidal?
By the way, spoilers, little tiny bit maybe.
You had a while, guys.
Exactly.
How is you know, Gordon gonna possibly sort of process what has happened to Barbara?
You know, Gordon just sort of plows ahead.
Yeah.
It's not so much processing as it is trying to keep his neck. Barbara does not, this is a spoiler, Barbara does not become less crazy in season 2. And his love life does not become less complicated. So we're introducing a lot of new elements, villain-wise, into the show. Bruno can talk about that, but Barbara has certainly taken a turn for the bad, and that will have ramifications for Jim and Gotham Gotham in general in season 2.
And Robin, for your character, I mean, it was a triumphant conclusion for him. You know, everything was coming up Oswald. You know, so as we go in, is he was literally on top of the world? Is he still like feeling that rush?
Oh, definitely, yeah. And you see him sort of he's achieved what he always set out to become, which is like be a person of power, call the shots, not have to answer to anybody, and that's and when we start up, that's where we see him, and so. Obviously, Gotham is a difficult, rough and tumble place. So we'll see. I don't know how long he can maintain that, but it's it's like his dream. His dream has come true when we start off, and it's really fun to play. Because it's not that hard from my dream coming true too. It's all right there.
Bruno, going into this season, because I remember actually even talking about the show a year ago with you, you did kind of say that we'd see the ascension of Oswald / the Penguin in season 1. Going into season 2, I don't know, how much can you reveal about what you're kind of looking at as an overall theme or sort of arc for the season?
The first season was very much about Gotham in its infancy. It was the mob ruled the city, the old style Falcone type of dons. This season, as Gotham rolls down inexorably downhill, you're starting to see the more grotesque villains take over, the theatrical villains, the monsters, and as anarchy starts to spread across the city, the job for everyone, not just Jim, but being crime boss of a city that is slowly turning crazy in this way, becomes a much tougher job. He's taken on, it's like becoming the Greek finance minister or something at this point. It's like, it's his dream, but that's a tough road to hoe he's put himself up for. We're all incredibly excited about this season because kind of the first season was laying the table. This season, we're really going to eat.
And your character, Ben, season 1, a lot of it was him kind of figuring out how to work within a system as corrupt as Gotham is, and what lines was he willing to cross. Where is he at, do you think, at this point with his place in this system?
Well, Bruno and I actually talked about that between seasons, and I think that the other theme pervasive throughout this next season is it revolves around power and how you attain power, how you use power, what power can be used for in a city like Gotham. Jim will make a choice, even I believe in the first episode back in season 2, that is far beyond what he thought he was capable of, and that leads him down a path that no good can come out of. But he is fully in the mindset that he will do whatever it takes, even if those things are not morally righteous.
All right. We actually have a question from Twitter. Let's pull that up right now. If you're following us, we're at IGN on there. Using IGN Live, the hashtag. Harvey Haywood. Hi, Harvey. He says, will season 2 or any single episode give us more an in-depth look at Jim's past?
That's a good question. Bruno?
Yes. Yes.
Digging deep.
Okay, great.
Any elaboration, hint we could get on that?
No.
He got an answer, Harvey. He got an answer. Robin, your character, how much do you sort of sympathize with him? Because, we see, there are times, obviously, where it's like this guy who everyone is kind of kicking when he's down, but then we see how he can be so sadistic himself. So as a guy playing him, how sympathetic are you to Oswald?
I very much, and I think and I think every actor on the show who plays the villain and even plays the heroes, you have to sympathize with the character to really understand them, no matter how twisted they become, because and what we're establishing is how they became this way, and and it's like with anyone, like when you see what they've gone through, the choices they've had to make, the trials that have been put upon them. You can't help but sympathize with someone, once you understand what they've gone through to end up how they are.
And I think that's kind of the brilliance of doing an origin story set in this very familiar universe, is that you actually end up having an enormous amount of sympathy for characters such as Oswald or Enigma, or because you're not seeing them as maniacs, you're seeing them as people, really damaged, complicated people who have to deal with a lot. And in a city like Gotham, the only solution is to take out your pain on someone else. No one is immune from that, even Jim.
And Bruno, let's throw you the Joker question, because Cameron, he did an interesting image tease this past week, had people talking. We met that character. Clearly, there were a lot of interesting things about him. What can you say about him coming back? And how much should people be like, yeah, that's the Joker, we're set on that, versus could there be some curveballs?
There's definitely some curveballs. That life is all about curveballs, and the show is about that. Cameron's coming back. He's playing Jerome.
Yeah.
He is. The story we're telling is absolutely the story of how the Joker came to be. More than that, I can't tell you, because I've not yet formulated a clever J.J. Abrams type of way of telling you the truth, but avoiding the spoiler.
You guys have to get on like a message board for showrunners.
And he's the master of that, and I can't compete on that level.
I would say, well, without getting into any, what I think it does, given we've now read the first 4 scripts, and Jerome is definitely featured. I think for fans of Joker, I think you're going to be very happy. I think.
It's a storyline that plays out over the whole season. By the end of the season, all Joker fans are going to go, what a brilliant idea.
We hope so. Or we'll all be out of a job.
Yeah, no, you'll have a job. I'll be.
And we know any other villains.
Greek finance minister will be my next job.
Any other villains you can tease? We've heard about a sister-brother duo coming onto the show. Any other characters?
Yeah, those are our big bad villains for the year. I don't want to say too much about them, because they need to walk on stage unheralded for maximum impact. We've got some great fun villains coming up, like Flamingo, for instance. That's for the real fans. And Firefly.
You guys, of course, also you have your big panel tonight, and I'm sure we're going to get some news out of that. Do we know when season 2 is going to be kicking off? Can you kind of give us an idea of that?
Oh, airing?
Yeah.
Monday, September 21st at 8 o'clock. Am I correct, Fox? Am I correct?
Anybody?
If I nailed that.
Impressed.
If I nailed that. It's either that or it's some other time.
Well, tune in, and we've got. Thank you guys so much for coming in and talking about this. And great luck at the panel. And
thank you.
Have a good time at the show. Stay tuned. We've got tons more Comic-Con stuff coming up. We'll be right back real soon.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LG G4. I'm Damon, this is Eric, and we're very excited to welcome Grant, Candace, and Danielle from The Flash to the show.
Guys, we were just talking about a year ago, sitting right here, Grant. There was good buzz on this show, but you never know. And just to have the show so well received, to come back to Comic-Con now, knowing how people are into the show, what's it feel like?
It's significantly different. I mean, last year it was like, I think we were kind of like perplexed as to why there was so much like excitement and hype when we had no footage out there.
Right.
So yeah, it's really cool this year having a season under our belt and people being excited about specific things, walking around in Star Labs sweatshirts.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
I've seen a lot of Flash cosplay, little girls.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
Yeah.
So let's talk about where we left off. God, this show goes so big. Like that's the thing; they never hold back. So when you saw what they were going to do in the finale and all the reveals and where it was going to end, what did you think?
I just wasn't sure where it was going next, I guess, when I read the finale script for the first time. I wasn't exactly sure how we were going to continue that. But
right.
Now I know.
Right. Well, here's where I try to get hints from you. And
try your best.
Yeah, we know you're a couple days into shooting. Candace, anything you can say about what we're going to pick up?
We pick up right where we left off. I think that's safe to say. I've been telling a lot of people there's going to be, familiar faces, also some really exciting new ones. So if you're a Flash fan, that'll be an exciting new thing in our show. Yeah.
So I guess Iris is a single woman.
I mean, I guess you could say it like that.
So I don't know. Do you think Barry would be open to being a rebound?
I think at this point, that's going to take a back seat for different reasons than it did last year. I mean, I think at this point, the Flash or Barry is getting a lot of attention and acclaim right now as a hero of Central City, and it's not really sitting well with him, knowing that Eddie was the true hero that stopped Wells on that day. And so obviously he's not going to jump into a relationship with her because he also, Barry's needing to kind of comprehend what happened and grieve as well. It's not just Iris that's grieving.
And I think it's the same thing for Iris. She's got to grieve this relationship with Eddie, and then also I think she really wants to get back to work, at Picture News, being a reporter, and also helping the team at Star Labs.
Things ended for Caitlin on I think a scarily positive note. Just because obviously there was a crisis going on with a black hole in the sky, but on the personal level, she had been reunited. They had gotten married.
Fit a wedding in.
Yeah, fit a wedding in the middle of
white dress, the whole 9 yards.
What's gonna go wrong?
Oh, you assume everything's gonna go wrong?
Just saying maybe.
You know what? Robbie's such a nice addition to our show. I think we all love having him around. So hopefully we'll get to see a lot more of him.
Yeah.
Season 1, obviously, Wells was extremely important to the dynamic, and he's gone, but Tom is still on the show.
Correct.
Anything you can say about how this situation in Star Labs will be different, just for at least right now, not having Wells as a presence?
I think it's safe to say that Wells is absent from Star Labs right now.
Okay.
I think he's indeed dead in our timeline.
Yes.
Right.
He's gone and
Confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed. But we introduced time travel last year, and I'm pretty positive we've broken that this upcoming year we're introducing the multiverse.
Yeah.
And that obviously presents a lot of ways to have dead characters on the show still.
Yeah.
Because, there's other worlds that are out there.
Right. Although it might be that it might introduce the interesting thing of people who don't know each other.
Yes, exactly.
The other Wells would say, I don't know who you are.
Exactly.
Iris, the last few episodes, everything changed for her.
Yeah.
So you mentioned helping the group at Star Labs. Is she now? You already kind of saw at the end of last season, but does she sort of have her place now? You think in that team?
I think so. I don't think it's going to be a significant, steady place at Star Labs, but she definitely finds her way there. I mean, we've already been shooting, and most of my scenes have been in Star Labs. So she's definitely a part of the team in that respect, but she's also got this job at Picture News. So, I think we're going to see, especially this season, her as the ace reporter, as Andrew Kreisberg says, that we know from the comic book. She's going to be helping the team more in that way, which is really, really exciting. I always say that Caitlin and Barry and Cisco, they are the minds, they're the science. And I feel like Iris is the heart. She's the people who talk to people on the street and get what's going on in Central City, the beat of stuff. And I think that's how she's going to add to the team.
We actually have a question from one of our viewers on Twitter over here. We can pull this up. This comes from Chris. If you could be any super villain, who would you be?
Lex Luthor.
On our show or just
Any.
Bane or Sandman?
Oh, wow. This is pretty good.
I think Lex Luthor's
Lex
awesome.
Luthor?
Yeah, that's really good.
And this is a loaded question for you. We'll get there in a second.
I was going to say, wow.
Any supervillain.
Any?
Yeah.
I mean, Killer Frost.
Good
Are you
answer.
crazy?
Well, let's go to the follow-up on that, which is obviously there was a very enticing tease people kind of been waiting for in that finale. What can you say about that tease and what it might, when we might revisit what we saw there?
I'm so excited. I can't wait to be Killer Frost. I don't know when it's going to happen. Obviously, I'm, again, super excited and enthusiastic about it, so I want it to happen sooner rather than later, but I don't know, he ran into the future. It's not clear if that's 1 year, 5 years, 100 years, you never know.
Right.
And
we also changed the future, so
yes.
who knows what could happen.
Right.
But when they Easter egg something, they plan on doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing about the show is that how quickly you would set up something and then there would be the follow-up. And the multiverse thing, because we've all wondered, even if she got powers, why would she be evil? But now there's maybe other Caitlins out there, right?
Yes, there could be. And who knows what's going to happen in her life. I mean, hopefully she lives happily ever after.
Right. Going into this year, because it was sort of the Reverse Flash was the arc, the villain, have you kind of been given in broad themes what you're gonna be facing this year, or what sort of is Barry's story this year?
Yes, I have.
And what can you tell me about
Absolutely nothing. That's like a full-on, like, it would be a spoiler to tell you. It wouldn't even be fun if I told you.
Okay.
So, but you will be pleased. It'll be a very exciting big bad this year for sure.
On the first season, there are lots of cameos from Arrow, actually both ways. Can we expect more of that type of thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Legends of Tomorrow and all three shows will be very much existing in the same universe, and actors will be on all three shows.
We're very incestuous.
How fun is that for you to get to pop up into their world and vice versa, and sort of show how big this universe is?
I haven't done it yet. I haven't crossed over anywhere, but it's really fun having them on our show. I know that for sure. I'm hoping to eventually show up on Arrow or Legends of Tomorrow.
We got to do the mega crossover, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to have all of you. Are you tonight you're going to be doing the big panel? Are you always like talking about one day they're going to do the episode where 50 of us are somehow fitting into the frame?
I hope so. I mean,
that would be impressive.
I want even like Melissa, like Supergirl.
Yeah.
On. I mean, to have all of the shows crossing over, I think that'd be fun. Yeah. So I'm open to it.
I know.
Let's make it happen.
It's great.
When people saw that photo shoot you did for THR, like, come on.
Yeah, it felt almost like a little like wink, almost like we were gonna do it. I know nothing about it, but that's what it felt like to me, even doing the photo shoot for sure.
Cross our fingers.
Yeah.
Grant, you hear various horror stories about superhero costumes.
Yeah.
They seem to come in various degrees of comfortability.
Yes.
How's the Flash suit?
My suit's come a long way. It used to be significantly more uncomfortable than it is now, and regardless, like when I put that thing on, like I still feel cool. Like I feel like even if it's really uncomfortable, like I feel like a superhero in it. But the mask used to be glued to my face, and it was stuck on me for like 13 hours at a time sometimes, just like full pressure all the time, couldn't hear. And now I can take it on and off. The suit itself is like 10 pounds lighter than it was in the pilot, so that's helpful, and I can move in it better. So it's not that bad, and like I said, I just feel like a badass in it, so it's worth it.
Do you have suit envy, Candace? Are you happy?
I do. There are moments when I see Grant in the Flash suit. I think we were shooting 15 with the tidal wave, and we were going back in time, and Grant was just sitting over there, just like doing his Grant thing. I was like, dude, he looks so cool, like so cool. Like if people ask me, are you overseeing Grant in the Flash suit? And I'm like, no, because it's like seeing a superhero. I grew up loving Batman, and I'm on the Flash, and every time I see Grant in the suit, I'm like, this is cool, man. I wish this was real.
What was your doing? I mean, it was such a brief tease, but because they had to think one day we have to deliver this Killer Frost thing, to just have the little bit of the costume and the hair.
It was so exciting. I mean, we had the luxury of time. We've had a couple months to finagle it. There was a whole suit that was scrapped completely before we ended up in the one we're in. So I do have suit envy. I can't wait to put one on and duke it out for
Some
sure.
point.
Yeah. You mentioned episode 15. I think that's my favorite episode of the season.
Mine for sure.
Because it's a mystery in the beginning. You're like, what? How is this happening? And then
Cisco.
The way he reveals himself to Iris is so cool.
Totally. Yeah.
That was really great.
Have you been continually impressed by, say, like Gorilla Grodd, that your show is all in? That it's like you're not gonna like play around with things. Just no, we teased the talking gorilla.
We're going to show you the gorilla, yeah.
I think it's definitely as impressive to us as it is to anybody that's watching the show, but it's also like I'm not surprised because talking to these guys about what they want to do, Greg Berlanti, Andrew Kreisberg, Jeff Johns, they know what they're doing. The material will always excite them, and they're not afraid of trying to make anything from the comics work on our show. So when something shows up in the script that's maybe surprising to the audience that's watching, I don't think it's that surprising to us because they really will try to put
I'm a little
anything on the
surprised.
show.
I'm like, can we afford this? And how are we going to get this done? And then somehow our VisFX team makes it what it is on the show, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's nice to sort of be an audience member of the show too. Like when we read the scripts, like I'm excited when the new scripts come in. I can't wait to read them and excited to see where everything is heading.
Yeah.
I know you guys have
Last question.
Last question. I know you guys have some reveals tonight. You can't say some things right now, but are there any new characters that you can give us any clues about this year?
Patty Spivot will be on the show soon, and they will be announcing tonight
a big one
playing Patty, which is cool.
And
then other characters that we're not going to talk about
No,
right now because
no.
they're going to talk about.
We've been told we cannot
DC
say it.
will strike.
I know. I'm sure they're like right off camera, ready to like.
The red dot.
Shut up.
I'm trying to think though of what else that we'd be allowed to divulge right now, but in like a few hours from now, you guys will know much more.
Okay, and we'll have it on IGN. So
Yes, cool.
For sure. Guys, we're really big fans.
Thank
Congrats
you.
on the big success
Thanks
of the
so
show.
much.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
having us.
us.
The Flash is back October 6th, I think. Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live here at Comic-Con after this.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Roth. We are live here at Comic-Con with the Fantastic Four. The crowd was just going insane for you guys. How's the Comic-Con been so far?
It's been fun.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't really stepped outside. I think it's the first time we've been outside all day today.
And you have your panel tonight, right?
Say it again?
The panel is tonight.
Yeah, the panel's tonight, yep. So we get a chance, the Fox presentation. So we're really, really happy about,
What we were talking about, this is like the best part, to just be out with the people and see everyone walking around. It's such a great energy here.
You guys haven't had much interaction with the fans yet, right? It's mostly sort of been production and set, so this is sort of a new experience, yes?
Yeah, just a lot of blogs, a lot of chat forums, a lot of hate email.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah,
Really?
Sometimes, yeah, a little bit.
I mean, it's mixed, I think. Yeah. Probably people excited for it, and other people, why are you doing this to my franchise?
Is there that sort of particular ownership that people do have about it? Where do you feel that pressure? You're certainly involved in a big franchise already, but having it be a comic book franchise, is there more pressure in terms of the involvement from the studio and the fans, and in terms of the investment?
No, I think honestly, we approach it like any other job. We put our all into it. We take it very seriously. At the end of the day, we go in and do our job, and the rest is out of our hands. So I think that's kind of the approach we try to take, maybe.
Yeah. But I do feel on this movie more than other ones I've done, there's a huge backing and support by Fox. I mean, Fox is very passionate about this franchise, and so you do feel like there's so many people working to make this movie great, and that's nice to know.
Well, yeah, I mean, already in a show of confidence, they reveal that there's going to be a sequel, so obviously that's a huge show of confidence in the film. We've only seen trailers and stuff like that. You guys were talking about getting together to see this film.
Yeah, well, we're excited just to see whatever they're going to show at the panel today because whatever it is, we haven't seen yet.
Yep.
So it'll be fun to see that with all of the fans as well.
One of the interesting dramatic elements of this particular storyline is the idea of the breaking apart of the friendship with Dormashev/Doom. So is he kind of a villain that we're not going to, maybe we don't empathize with him, but we can relate to where he's coming from?
Yeah, you absolutely understand why he kind of became this nemesis for our group in a way, and yeah, I think the movie does a really good job of setting up these character dynamics before they become Mr. Fantastic, Sue Storm, before they become these kind of superheroes.
One of the things we saw in the trailer, it looks like the two of you are fighting at a particular point. So are alliances tested?
Well, we're siblings, so we fight.
Siblings do
Exactly.
fight.
We
That's
argue
true.
all the time, for sure. It doesn't mean we hate one another, but we just we disagree a lot sometimes.
That is one of the big elements of the Fantastic Four is the family, and you guys obviously have the family dynamic. Is part of this movie setting up all four of you having that family dynamic and building that towards the future?
I think that's the idea, isn't it? I think it's about establishing the characters as they are as individuals before they kind of all go through this event that kind of forever changes their lives. And I think the movie kind of chronicles how they learn to deal with these new powers and these new abilities, how to harness them and how to use them. And I think they all learn individually that they're stronger as four than they are as individuals. I think that's kind of the journey of this first film, which sets us up for more kind of going forward after this movie. So.
Exactly.
Do you guys think, I mean, we're here at Comic-Con, and obviously there's a faster and faster turnaround between reboots, and we're already getting a new Spider-Man. Do you feel like that audiences are just sort of comfortable with that idea at this point, or do you need to do something dramatically different? This is obviously a dramatically different tone from everything that we've seen than the previous Fantastic Four.
Well, I think hopefully it's not completely just money driven and it's just not commercially driven, in that if you're rebooting or you're revitalizing a franchise, you have a reason why you're doing it. And for this particular movie, it wouldn't have happened if it was not Josh Trank's vision. Josh really came to Fox and said, this is my version of the Fantastic Four, this is how I see it. Obviously inheriting all the material and the, with the comics and the history and everything, but absolutely I think Josh's take on it is very, it's nice, for sure.
When you think about moving forward with this, there is going to be a sequel. Do you guys sort of dip into the comic history? Are there things that you would like to see come to life on the screen?
I'd like to see
Surface?
Reed build a machine that turns the thing back to a normal human being.
I told you I'm working on it, buddy.
Can you get working on
It's
that?
not going to happen.
I don't think
not
that's
gonna
going to happen. I think you're going
I
to
know you want me to carve you out a little something, just to make you feel a little more.
It's live. It's live.
Right.
We're live.
Right.
We're live.
There's something I would like to see really.
No, it's not
really
happening because I'm
develop.
standing right here. Get at it now. Just cut it out.
Is it this right here?
It's not going
There's
down.
a little
okay?
something that
It's not happening.
that I'm kind of pushing the writers for, because I think it's what the people want.
It is what the people want.
So,
What? Don't give me that look.
The seeds of it are there
Sorry,
in the
bro.
trailer.
And there's the whole triangle with Victor, with Dr. Doom and what
Yeah.
goes on there, and in the comics, Doom and
Just
Sue
stop
have
him
a
now.
child
Just
together.
stop him
named
now.
Elvira, and she's evil, and I take care of her.
I think
and
it's
she wants to kill me. So
you would like to see the evil child that you take care of?
I mean, I think that's a possible spin-off. Yeah.
Do you want to keep Doom as the villain? I feel like it's just you and me now. Let's just chat.
Yeah, let's chat.
Let's
Yeah.
just keep it you and me.
Sprinkle.
Would you want to keep Doom as the villain, or would you want to see like Silver Surfer introduced?
I mean,
Say it
Doom.
again? What?
Yeah,
Oh,
go.
sorry. One more
So,
time.
would you like to keep Doom as the villain? Do you feel like he's a great through line through several different films, or would you like to see another villain come in like Silver Surfer?
Silver Surfer was very interesting in the first installment of the Fantastic Four. That was definitely cool. But I mean, there's so many other villains that the Fantastic Four has fought over the years. So it'd be kind of cool to see other characters kind of come into play, try something different.
There seems to be, everybody's sort of talking about it, even with the casting, like they're taking this very seriously and there's a gravitas to it. Do you feel like the tone of this film, people are already speculating about an X-Men crossover. Does the tone of the film that you think you've created work with that universe?
This film is like unique, I think, in the sense that its tone is its own, and the director, was pretty adamant about steering the movie in that direction. I think taking it away from those other movies that had been made. So this really does stand alone as kind of origin film, a new kind of take on the property. But we keep hearing rumors about that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm all
I don't
for
know.
it.
You're all
I'm
for
all
it?
for it.
I like
too.
all the actors in those movies.
Yeah, they're all really good actors. So
Yeah.
it's true.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations on everything. Good luck with your panel. It's going to
Thank
be a
you.
little bit
Thank you.
insane.
Thank you.
For all things Fantastic Four and Comic-Con, keep it locked right here to IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man in theaters July 17th and the all-new
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LG G4. Eric, so much going on today.
A lot going on. Saturday is pretty crazy.
Yeah, big movie stuff. That Warner Brothers panel was this morning.
Yeah.
We got news. We got that huge Batman vs. Superman trailer. They showed a trailer for Suicide Squad, even though that hasn't been released online yet.
Yeah.
And they announced a Green Lantern movie, Green Lantern Corps, for 2020.
Yes, yes.
But here we're seeing this Batman vs. Superman trailer.
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts on this. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on here. Overall, I thought there's a lot of really cool stuff here. Obviously, just the imagery of these two. This looks appropriately like a very epic movie. I'm still not quite sure about the angle on Lex Luthor. You know,
yeah.
He's definitely sort of smarmy and playful, and so it's very different. Lex Luthor. But I think, I like, what they're doing with Batman. I mean, they're basically taking the criticism the end of the first movie got about the destruction of the city.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right?
They're making it a very big plot point. Yeah.
I think it's interesting to put Bruce Wayne at the end of the Man of Steel.
Yeah,
Like,
I honestly, I'm a little skeptical that they'd always planned not to have Batman vs. Superman. I don't think they didn't have that plan. But, kind of a criticism, again, Man of Steel ends, there's all this destruction, and then after that, it was kind of a happy ending. Like, he gets the job at the Daily Planet and whatnot. He destroys the drone. Yeah. So I do think they heard that criticism, and it was smart to be like, okay, let's actually make this the huge motivation, a personal motivation for Bruce Wayne here by, inserting him into those events.
And there seems to be a hint at the Joker in there, too.
Yeah,
we know this movie is sharing the universe with Suicide Squad.
Sharing universe Suicide Squad. Affleck was spotted as doing a cameo at Suicide Squad, and so it looks like we're gonna see. It looks like in the Batcave, Robin's costume with Joker's sort of signature on it. Again, if you know your comic book lore, you know that there was a very infamous encounter between Joker and Robin that I think, again, this is an older Batman who's been around for a while. He's actually been fighting crime for quite a while. He has a history, and it looks like that history includes dire things for Robin with Joker involved.
Yeah, Zack Snyder has said that they've pulled certain things from The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah.
But it's not like a remake of that story.
Yeah, and it couldn't be. I mean, because that in that comic, there's too much history between the characters. They've never met in this film. Clearly, the armor is the biggest thing. He's wearing a version of that armor that he uses at the end of The Dark Knight Returns. And I think we'll see maybe a little bit more of what Batman is saying in the movie, basically. You see Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck saying that, what about, this guy out there who's so powerful that, no one's really watching what he's doing.
Yeah, that's the Robin.
Yeah, there's the Robin tease.
We saw General Zod's corpse, apparently.
Yeah. I don't think it's probably anything more than that. I don't think suddenly he's going to pop up and be a part of the movie. I think we're going to just see a lot of the ramifications. Again, I think they probably heard criticisms of the end of that film of Superman killing Zod, which is a very polarizing moment. And all of that will be sort of articulated in the movie, and I hope done in an interesting way.
Apparently, Zach was saying in the panel that Batman's mech suit. They call it his mech
Yeah.
suit. It's not meant to boost his power. It's meant to protect him from Superman.
Right,
Because he
right.
just gets pummeled from
Yeah, it's like how that's by the
Yeah,
weirdest part of the trailer.
It's like Mad Max.
What's going on? The
Bat-Max.
desert and Batman.
I would totally watch a Bat-Max movie. By the way.
I think we all would. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about this Lex Luthor either. That's
We'll see.
But we do get to see Wonder Woman.
We
here.
do.
The
A
first
little
Wonder Woman.
odd to me. I'm just thinking this is like an editorial complaint.
Sure.
How they put her in, because this is a long trailer with a lot of
Yeah.
story. So to not introduce her at all, like who she is in the story, and then she just pops up. I almost think they should have saved that for the after the title moment, only because it throws you a little. It's like, and Wonder Woman's in the movie, because everyone else is kind of clearly defined in the trailer what they're doing. So I thought that was an odd choice. But those little glimpses, I mean, it looks like she is powerful as hell, which we want from Wonder Woman. So that's exciting.
It's cool to see Batman and Superman fighting, and like they
doesn't
really
wanna
show
see
us
that?
a
Yeah.
lot in that trailer. Now this the Suicide Squad trailer that they showed.
Yeah.
We were actually there at the panel, and we have a written description of it on the site here.
Yeah,
But,
Jim Vejvoda was there.
Yeah, it opens up with Amanda Waller,
Yeah.
played by Viola Davis, at a restaurant. Says she wants to get some bad guys together to do some good.
Yeah, yeah. And so, we're going to see that set up. Why are all these villains doing good in the first place? What brings them together? Sounds like Harley Quinn gets a very cool introduction. They say it's a very sort of Hannibal Lecter introduction, although she's hanging upside down like a trapeze artist in her cell.
Right.
And, I think people are very excited by Harley Quinn. I mean, that's such a popular character. So I think that's the thing that people are most excited about, maybe even more than a new Joker.
Yeah, Killer Croc is in there.
Yep.
They actually save Joker for the very end of the trailer, apparently.
Sure, sure.
I don't know. You expect this trailer to be released publicly
No,
anytime
if
soon?
they haven't
or?
already, no, because let's not forget that a year ago they had the Comic-Con Batman v Superman trailer that did not get released.
But that wasn't really a trailer, was it?
It was-
That was
it
more
was-
just like concept footage.
No, it was the teaser. It showed the end. It showed what's in the
Yeah.
trailer, the bat signal and him flying above him. It was
Right.
actual footage.
Okay.
So I think it's the same thing where they showed a full trailer for Batman v Superman, released it, but Suicide Squad, since we're now a few hours later and they still haven't put it online, I have a feeling that they're just going to hold back. And we'll get in a few months. The movie's coming next year. We'll get.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even realize that both Batman vs Superman and Suicide Squad are coming next year.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about DC is they are introducing their big cinematic. Man of Steel I guess was the introduction, but they're going big very fast. I
Mhm.
mean, we joked about Green Lantern Corps being announced for 2020, but they've got a ton of movies in between there.
Yeah, so if we can remember them.
Yeah.
Batman vs Superman, Suicide Squad.
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman gets her own movie?
Yeah, Wonder Woman has her own movie, which has Patty Jenkins directing, and we've got Aquaman, and which Jason Momoa is starring in. Cyborg has been announced. The Flash with Ezra Miller starring, which Lord and Miller were going to do, but now might not be able to because they're going to be doing a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
I'm probably and Justice League Part 1 and 2.
And then this Batman standalone. Did you mention
Batman
that one?
standalone movie, which I don't think did they confirm today.
That hasn't. They didn't confirm.
No, that was Deadline
yeah.
Scoop a couple days ago. Deadline, is pretty good with the scoops. It's not often they're wrong on this sort of stuff, and we know they're going to do another Batman movie at some point, solo Batman, but that hasn't been officially announced. But yeah, now we can add Green Lantern and confirming it's a team dynamic, which we'd heard rumors of.
The Green Lantern movie.
Yeah, Green Lantern Corps,
Yeah.
just by its title. It sounds like it's a smart move because there was some, bad feelings about the last Green Lantern movie. If they're going to bring him back, go for a more team dynamic. Guardians of the Galaxy being the success it was, couldn't have hurt them wanting to do it. And say, here's a bunch of Green Lanterns.
Yeah.
Hal Jordan will probably be part of it. But here's Jon Stewart. I'm hoping Guy Gardner, big Guy Gardner fan. And then you get some of the alien characters in there and really make it a much more the cosmic thing, which the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie involved, but then it also went back to Earth a lot with him on his own. So I think this time they're going to do a very different approach.
It's just crazy. That's so far away.
I know.
You and I could adopt a child
together,
and then the kid would go to kindergarten before this movie came out.
And we'd like to announce we're adopting a child here
Yes.
on the live stream. Yeah, so we'll see.
So much DC movie news.
Yeah.
From this Comic-Con. No Marvel.
No
movie
Marvel.
news. Is
Yeah,
that a mistake for them to let DC have all this attention?
Kevin Feige did an interview where he kind of said, he kind of backed up some of the reports saying that they didn't go because they didn't feel they could compete with DC. He didn't say that, but he said, we don't have enough to announce because don't forget last year in the fall, after Comic-Con, Marvel did that crazy event where they announced their Phase 3 slate. And it was this, and it went like bam, 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 going through all these huge movies up to Infinity War. Since then, Spider-Man was announced. Right now, they could show Civil War footage that's been shooting for a while, but that's it. Ant-Man's opening next week. There's not really a point.
that's
Doctor
true.
Strange hasn't started filming, and they've announced so much. There's nothing new to announce. So I think that's why.
Thanks a lot, Eric. I need to throw you to the balcony now, where we're going to chat with the cast of Man from U.N.C.L.E.
That's commitment.
What's up, guys? We are live here at Comic-Con with the cast of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Keep bantering, that's fine. The crowd is going already insane. That is happening.
We brought bagpipes just for the occasion.
Bagpipes have made their way into our live stream. I love Of course. As to be expected. But you've said you've had your panel today. I know, there's just no shot that I'm going to be heard. This is, you said, very surreal, I imagine.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal out here. I mean, being in Hall H is one thing, but standing out here what feels like real life and all the noise is another.
This is real life. This is the real response. The panel go well today for U.N.C.L.E.? Yes?
It did.
Yes.
We all saw
Really
a
well, yeah.
new long trailer that looked really good.
I had a shot.
Who are they talking about?
Superman.
Oh my goodness.
I love this. It's so much passion going on.
We actually can't. We should just stp now, I think, because it's not going to get any easier.
Oh, good. They're calming down. Okay. I think if you just fly around a bit, they'll relax.
Give them what they want,
I
babe.
actually saw this film. I got to see an early screening of it. It's so much fun. Are you guys fans of sort of the 60s era spy genres or the TV show?
Well, I think it's hard not to be a fan of a 60s era spy genre.
It's so fun.
It is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic to be a part of this one, especially because Guy's added his own twist as well. And it's just the fashion, the cars, the way everyone talks to each other. It's awesome. Love it.
It's really funny because your character moves like a Terminator. Like there was something about him that really felt like a Terminator to me, and yet your physicality is so casual. Did you guys kind of do that consciously, mirror one another physically in terms of the action, or is that just the nature of your characters?
We worked together for 7 months figuring out the physicality of these characters. I moved into his house. He wasn't very happy about it, but I just wanted to watch how he moved and the whole thing.
Every now and again, I walk around the corner and get like a
That
karate
sounds
chop on the
very
back of the head.
snuggly.
Oh, sorry. I was in character. Sorry.
So I'm going to take that as a no, not so much. It's just sort of the nature of who you guys are, right? You're kind of more the
I am a
laid-back.
Terminator, yes.
You are in fact a Terminator.
I am actually a Terminator.
Revealing that here now. We know we have a new franchise for you to be in.
I know. Well, Arnie beat us to it. So
Yes, he did. He did.
He ages on the outside.
So I have to say, though, if I had to choose one to sort of be on my team, it would be this lady right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you just
Me too.
seemed so resourceful and yet unpredictable. Talk about that.
I mean, I love the character because I read the script and you don't really know what her intentions are, what side she's on, and you were able to kind of play with that. And, the way that she can kind of fluently be on both sides, and she has her own agenda. I love that.
Was it fun for you to sort of flex your comedy chops a little bit in this one?
It's a lot of fun, yeah. Napoleon's very different from any character I've played before, and it's just lighter, It's less stoic than anything else, and it does make every day more enjoyable, for sure.
Elizabeth, Dana.
Yes.
Harsh. We won't say too much about your role, but were you looking at femme fatales, sort of classic femme fatales?
Do you know what? I think I was more interested in them in sort of like classic male villains in that 60s era, really, than the women. I think that there's an element of her that's quite masculine. But then I was sort of kind of going for the Ursula Andress thing and just meshing it all together.
They're not really agreeing with the masculine.
Why? I mean, that's what I was going for, yeah.
Just in terms of her strength of will and things like that?
Well, no, that was the feminine bit.
That is the feminine part. The
No, I think we're so used to seeing men play villains in spy films, and I was just really excited to play her,
It feels like that there's a setup towards the end of the film that could lead into more films. Could this be a franchise? Is that something that you guys would be interested in doing?
I would love to, just to, meet up with these guys again and kind of reuniting the press for this film. I realized and remembered how much fun it was, or how much fun we had shooting the film. So I would love to.
Yeah, I could imagine nothing better than us all, working
quite a
together
bit on your
for 2, 3,
plate already.
4 movies. It'd be fantastic.
If Guy Ritchie and Lionel Wigram called us and said, "Do you want to do another one?" I think the answer would be a resounding hell yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you guys get into sort of the Comic-Con experience? I know that you're here obviously very specifically for your panel, but do you ever do sort of the putting on the mask and trying to walk about the floor and things like that, or no?
Try to walk around the floor of the convention
Yeah.
center?
You did
I just did today.
You did unmasked?
Yes.
As yourself?
Well, your character doesn't wear a mask in the movie,
No.
does he?
No, yeah, it was great. I think I actually look like the most normal sort of human there. The most
Comic-Con?
incognito. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying if I started walking like a zombie, then people might have turned and looked at me. But like, I went with Lionel, our producer. We just walked around. We had a great time. Everyone looked amazing.
Do you think that you would ever try that? You know, Bryan Cranston obviously did the Walter White mask
Next year I might dress up as Batman.
as Batman and walk
Yeah,
around
see what
Comic-Con. What would Batman have to say?
Say what?
What would Batman have to say to the people?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
No, I haven't worked on that character just yet.
Cranston, the most amazing thing about Cranston doing that is people were like, yeah, the voice isn't quite right, because everyone is a critic. Everyone is an absolute critic. Talk about the action in this film a little bit. Sort of what was like that you guys probably had the most of it. Was there, you're already sort of used to it, was there any sort of fight training that you had to go through?
We went through a very brief thing of coordinating a fight, essentially, or choreographing a fight, and it wasn't anything too complicated, and especially when it started getting complicated, Guy just went, no, I want it sloppy and messy like a real fight. I don't want this sort of, you know, kung fu type dance of you guys doing. Just, if you fall over and keep on going.
Thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm glad that the panel went well. The people are obviously very excited about the movie. I've seen it and it's a ton of fun. So you can look out for it in theaters. When is it coming out?
August 14th.
August 14th.
August 14th. Check out Man from U.N.C.L.E. in theaters August 14th. Thank you so much for all things Comic-Con. Keep it locked right here to IGN.
Thank you.
Yeah.
An international criminal organization with an atom bomb. We have no choice but to work together on this.
Mission Berlin. Play it for free at manfromunclegame.com. And see The Man from U.N.C.L.E. August 14th.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LGG4. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Eric Goldman. And from The Walking Dead, we have Andrew Lincoln, Melissa McBride, and Scott Gimple. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Guys. Hey. You guys, you've done Comic-Con so many times now. You're just like, it's Comic-Con. Or when you get here, do you feel that energy and it's okay? This is Comic-Con.
Yeah, I still get nervous. I mean, before the panel yesterday, it's 7,000 people, and you'd be weird if you didn't. I think. But it is an amazing time, particularly in our calendar, that we've been shooting for 5-6 episodes, and it's the first time we can show what we've been up to.
And you had a new trailer, went over very well. Is it great for you guys? Because you're out in Atlanta, so I visited the set once and I knew how brutal and hot it can be, long days. When you come here and you see that reaction when you show new footage?
Yeah, it's really fun because we know that the fans are waiting, you know, they have, we see things on social media like, we need therapy, we can't wait another 3 months for the next season to start. So it's fun to come here and show them, look what we've been working on for you, you know?
We've got some cool stuff for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about where we left off, Scott, and where we're going. I mean, it was interesting, the end of the season kind of subverted expectations by not blowing up the dynamic, you know? They you know, because your show has obviously moved around a bunch, but they're still in the same place. There's been certainly some issues, and there's some growing issues out there. But when we come back, especially considering what this guy just tried to pull and everything, what's the power structure like in this community as we come back from this season?
I think the hard part for the end of last season for Rick was not like, oh my God, am I going to get kicked out of here? It was very much like, oh my God, am I going to have to kill a lot of people?
Yeah.
And you know, Carol had said, you know, like, hey, you want to tell the truth and you don't want to kill people, you don't get both. By the end, circumstance had allowed Rick to demonstrate, hey, I know what I'm doing, by dropping these walkers at everybody's feet. And everything was going to be just this incredible happy ending.
Right?
Oops.
And he shot a man in the face.
Yes.
Yeah. Covered in blood. Yeah. And that's when he sees Morgan for the first time in some time. And Morgan looks like the picture of health. And Rick, you know,
had a zombie shower.
Zombie shower.
You like, you know, taking Rick, I thought was really interesting last season was taking Rick and almost, you know, being like, is he becoming that which he fears the most? Because they've had so many, he's had very good reasons not to trust strangers. Certainly, because time and again they've proved that there's been certain people who've proven to be untrustworthy or much worse. But then it's like, oh, is Rick and at certain points Carol too? Are they becoming that? Becoming those insidious characters? Did you like kind of playing with how far gone is Rick, and is that still a question this season?
Well, I just think he's a product of his environment. They've also, as you said, they've suffered so much. They've been through so much trauma, and he's a pragmatist, and he's kept his family, his extended, you know, apocalyptic family alive for so long. And I think more towards the end of last season, the last 3 or 4 episodes, he was a man restraining himself for the sake of his children and these people and possibly a future. I think towards the end, he just lost his patience and just said, it's my way or the highway. Now, come on, pull your shit together.
And I think he's justified doing that, too.
Okay. The world was telling him to, though. You know, like he was restraining himself because he wanted to stay there. But then by the end, he was like, oh, wait, no, I need to make this a place worth staying.
And Carol, in the midst of this, you know, she's proven to be extremely tough character now. We've seen her change a lot. Last season, there was a lot of stuff going on with this child. I don't know if befriended is the right word at first, because, gosh, we were thinking things could go really sour. Was it, you know, what was it like for you to play those scenes? Because we've seen how, you know, Ruth, you know, not that it hasn't taken a huge toll on her. It's not like she's unemotional, but, you know, were you wondering where are they going to go? How far will they go?
There was, you know, when I read that script, and it was getting very dark as she was talking to Sam. You know, even I fell into it. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, and I was like, oh God, she's going dark. Is she going dark? I was like, don't worry. So, you know, I read it again, and I understood exactly what was going on. You know, not stepping out of character for Carol, otherwise it wouldn't have made any sense. So that's how I figured out how to play it, and I understood why she was doing this immediately, because that's Carol. You know, that was the only way she was going to be able to get it without her cover being blown.
If she has to, we'll see. Morgan is interesting because this is a character that goes back to the pilot, and yet we've only seen him here and there. What was it like for you now, 6 years in, to really bring him into the show and to show what he'd be like in this group dynamic?
We got very lucky/unlucky/lucky with Lenny's availability. Because there were some plans that I had to possibly get Morgan there quicker. But I love how it all turned out, and it was because Lenny was busy with another project. But we got to have him be a part of season 5 to sort of set up everything that we're doing in season 6. And because of that, on the writing side, we got to get ahead of season 6 and do some of the writing beforehand. So it was cool.
We actually have a question from one of our viewers from Twitter that we can pull up here. This comes from Mick. If you had to die, how would you want to go out on the show?
What would you want Rick's big moment to be?
You know, I don't care how I go, as long as the kid kills me, I suppose.
Really? Yeah.
And then if the kid kills me, I want them to play "Hurt" by Johnny Cash.
Wow. Okay. It's a very specific request you got.
You've been thinking about
I had a little think about it, while he was asking the question.
What about you? What do you
know,
what
I don't know.
If she was to have that.
I don't know. I don't like to think about that because the writers are really fun.
We're just eating way too many cookies. Just like,
right, she's hoarding.
Right. People are very into the whole concept of her as the, especially when she had to sort of pretend to be back to this domestic person and knowing what an artifice it was now. Was that really fun for you to play? Because the audience loved it to see when
Hugely fun, and yeah, the more masks, the merrier, and I think that's one of her weapons, is her adaptability.
In the town, you know, obviously we've gotten to know a lot of the people in the town now, but on the show, always there's the human element as far as threats concerned, and we've had this growing one out there last year. Can you talk about this season? We're going to think that's going to come to a head at some point. How much will that come in?
The threat you're talking about, like the wolves.
The W's.
Yes, I like the click.
Yeah, thank
you. The wolves are actually going to, they will play into the season, but in an unusual way. And even, I think, when the audience sees initially how they play into the season, it's not the whole story. And I'm very excited. It very much has to do with dynamics between characters, how it plays out. And it's sort of threaded into a long story, actually. So.
And in the town, you know, because this group have been traveling together a long time, some of them a very long time, but then we saw that when they got to this town, the very different reactions they all had, and you know, your characters being some of the most suspicious or wary. Will that continue? Because you know, you had the moment like Michonne choosing to knock you out at that moment and whatnot.
Yeah, it was bullshit. I hated that scene, and she hit me in the head.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, you had to go.
She
big
really
in that
hit him
scene.
in the head.
She really hit me on the head.
Really?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, that was, I think, some of the finest acting you did on the show. And then it comes to this like incredibly abrupt halt. You know, you're doing this very powerful monologue, and then you drop below frame. It's sort of.
It was exciting. Was it funny?
No.
No,
because
that's a good sign.
No, I think it was a whoa.
Oh, you felt it was funny.
All
right. We might need to discuss this, but
was it funny?
Funk.
When we pulled out the sound effect.
Originally you had the Roadrunner sound effect.
And the laugh track, and that really kind of.
Right.
When we pulled it got very serious.
Maybe this doesn't work tonally. At this point, now that you're on this long, and the show just keeps growing. The success-wise, you know, have you stopped trying to figure out what it is, or what do you think it is that's locked in with people in such a mainstream way? Because there's a version where this show is a hit, but I think of, you know, it's a hit show, not what it's become culturally. What do you think it is at this point that made it so big?
I don't know, man. I mean, that's the true answer is that. You know, if you want me to talk in front of camera, I'll make something up. But the truth is, the first time I came to Comic-Con, I remember feeling nauseous and bent double, waiting for the trailer to be seen. I was at the side of a wall, and I just felt terribly sick and weird. And then I heard the roar after the first 20 minutes that, you know, from the audience, and I collapsed. And I just thought, oh, we're getting it right, you know. And I think at that point, we realized that we handed the show over to you guys, to the fans, this place. And perhaps that's all it is. We have a very discerning, loyal, amazingly opinionated, beautiful, loving group of people that, you know, seem to dig this show and care about it and talk about it as much as we love doing it. And I like to think that it kind of fuels itself, you know. And there's also, I have to mention, a crew that has been with us from its infancy, that give blood, sweat, and tears every single 17-hour day in the Georgia heat all through the summer. And they feel just as proud about what they're making as we do. So I think
the crew are fans. That's the funny thing. Like when the scripts get into their hands, they gobble them up, and they have lots of questions and lots of theories. Our set is just constant theories on what's going to happen next.
We're fans. And also, a lot has to be said to this gentleman here who has had no sleep for the last 5 years, you know, and he is an astonishing talent and keeps pushing the show and understands the genre better than anybody I've ever met apart from Frank Darabont. And you know, and he is an uber fan and a rare talent, and we love him very, very much.
You guys, thank you so much for coming by the show. Can't wait to see what's next for Walking Dead.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people watching, I think. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live here from Comic-Con after this.
You're making me blush here.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th. We have
What's going on? It's Roth. We are here live at Comic-Con with Jarvis himself, James Darcy, obviously from Margins. My goodness, it's been such a day, I can't even speak anymore. Marvel's Agent Carter, thank you very much. Congratulations on a great first season. I love this season. I'm so glad it's coming back. How does it feel for you?
Well, thank you, first of all, and we are all very happy that we're going to get a chance to do it again as well. I think one of the things with the first season is you spend a lot of time creating the world, creating the characters, getting to know everybody a little bit. So you have to soft pedal it slightly. With a second season, well, there's so much done for us already that we get to have fun now.
How do you see sort of the relationship evolving from here with Peggy? Do you think that they will deepen the friendship? They've been through so much already, but the trust has been really tested.
Right, well, the trust has been tested, and then at the end of the season, they kind of...
worked it out
a little bit. The big change this year is that the show is moving from New York to Los Angeles.
Yes.
So that is going to create, hopefully, some comedy, but also possibly a little friction. I don't think Jarvis is going to take very well to Hollywood land.
I don't think he will either, but Howard will love it.
Howard's trying to start a movie studio.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he's like becoming... He's becoming a movie mogul. So that's happening. I don't think that Jarvis is going to approve of movie stars particularly, or sunshine, or palm trees, or open-top cars, or people not wearing ties or sunglasses.
Are we going to meet his wife?
Yes!
We
are going to meet his wife.
God, finally.
I was also slightly worried that Anna was a bit like Niles' wife in Frasier, and just was never going to exist in real life, but we are going to meet his wife.
I won't even ask anything more about it just because I'm so excited for it to happen, but I imagine you guys obviously have an intense backstory. Will that play out into the season? Do you want to see Jarvis kind of get more in on the action because he has this military background?
Well, he does have a military background, and also I think that that first season has awakened something in him. I mean, I think as it went along, he definitely tried to insert himself a little bit more into being more physically present in the action. So, yeah, I hope he does. But also one of the things that I loved was he was funny. Yeah. And I hope that they keep that up as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they had to be because to play against Howard and Howard is such a mess without him. What do you see for that relationship? Because I think that was really tested too. You know, Howard sort of pushed Jarvis to some places.
Yeah, but I feel like that's been going on a long time. There's a lot of secrets between those two.
Right.
I don't know if we're going to find out any of them in this season, but they definitely have a very deep history. So I feel like they can push each other pretty far and still somehow get away with it. And if you remember, at the end of the season, they ended up he was hugging him, and you're all right, Jarvis, and you know.
They'll always come back to one another.
Right, they're like an old married couple.
It's interesting because at a certain point they had talked about the idea of maybe jumping around in time.
Right.
Which could maybe mean that you would interact with a young Tony at some point. Is that with a young Tony at some point? Is that something that would be interesting
it isn't
to you?
an impossibility, I guess. I guess we'd have to do some pretty tricky maths to figure out exactly what year that would need to be. But it's, I mean, obviously, Jarvis does go on to meet Tony. That we know. Are we going to cover it in the show? I mean, not in this season.
Not in this season.
But
Is it
maybe in season 3?
Maybe in season 3. Is that something you'd want to cover in this season?
To meet young Tony?
Yeah.
But I feel like we'd have to be in the late 60s in
Yeah,
order to do
so
that.
how are you gonna get
so we'd have
there?
to jump 20 years.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
And I've got a feeling that this story is going to take place in 1947.
Yeah, for quite a while, right?
For this season, yeah.
So is it going to focus more on sort of S.H.I.E.L.D., or is Peggy going to sort of be doing her own thing at this point?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is that I think she has really kind of put to rest her relationship with Steve now.
Yeah.
And I think she's ready to move on. And I think that she does move on. I think she's maybe going to meet someone. I don't know if it's the someone, because we know later on that she gets married and she has kids. But I don't know if it's that person she's going to meet, but she's going to meet someone.
Is it an interesting thing, a creative challenge, do you think? And I know it's more of the writer's challenge to have this history set in stone. Like, we sort of know what's going to happen to Peggy, and we know...
I feel like they embrace it, though.
Yeah.
I feel like they love that they know where it's got to end up, but there's this huge gray area in the middle that they get to play with. You know,
Yeah.
so long as they end up, they hit the certain beats that the fans know have to be hit. I think that our writers love having that framework.
Have you become a fan of keeping an eye out for sort of the comic book history? I mean, have you found yourself immersed in the comic book history, or do you leave it to sort of the page, what's there in the scripts?
Well, you know, what we're doing with Agent Carter is slightly plowing a new furrow. So I feel like, you know, our writers are being very respectful of obviously all of the history and what else is in the comic books. But if you look at Jarvis in the comic books, he's, you know, significantly older than me, and he's fatter than me, and he has less hair than me, and that may well be what I look like in 20 years' time. But they've decided to make him a little younger than he was in those comic books, which is great for me.
Yeah, and a little more able to kick some actual butt.
From your lips to God's ears.
Do you now sort of keep track of what's happening in the expanded Marvel universe? Do you watch the films and watch S.H.I.E.L.D. and things like that?
Well, you know, actually, I was shooting a movie in Spain over the last few months, so I have not seen the new Avengers movie.
You haven't seen Ultron?
Well, they don't, in Spain, they don't have movies in English. It's all dubbed, so it was kind of pointless for me to go watch it. And I'm really intrigued to see the Vision, which is what Jarvis becomes at some point. So I have not had an opportunity to do that yet, which I'm really looking forward to.
Have you heard things about? I mean, the Vision is pretty cool. I'll tell you that
Is
right
it?
now. Yeah, I think you will be pleased with it. But you don't sort of pay attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. and things like that. You sort of, because obviously that is the further out future extension of what's happening for you guys.
Well, you know, they're our sister shows, so we're their sister show is probably the better way of putting it. But we're all pretty supportive of each other, except for when it comes to Dub Smash, which Haley and I have been beating Clark and Chloe at all this weekend.
Have
pretty
you?
Yeah, pretty. We really, really own them.
And do you compete rapidly? I mean, rapidly?
Well, I have never heard of Dub Smash until 24 hours ago, and now I feel like a seasoned pro.
How has it been for you here at Comic-Con? Would you ever do sort of the thing of, do you walk the floor, or do you think that you would, I would think you would probably need a mask or something in order to walk the floor.
I don't know. I didn't really try it.
You didn't try it at all?
Well, I mean, I did go on the floor a little bit when we did a signing earlier on, and it's great. It's so wonderful to see everyone having, you know, such a good time. People have saved up all year to make sure that they can come out and really do it properly, and they've made their costumes, and A lot of smiling faces. It's great.
Have you guys had the panel yet, or is it coming up?
We did it yesterday.
You did it yesterday. How did that go? Sort of, what did they
amazing.
tease?
It was amazing. There was a lot of screaming. It was good fun.
What kind of questions do you typically get from fans?
Look, the thing that is obviously the most important thing about the show is that we have a very strong female character as the lead. And that speaks to so many, not just young women, women generally, that is not an area that has been well addressed in terms of our televisual appetites or filming appetites. And I think people are honestly delighted that they have a woman that they can look up to. I feel great about that because I get to be like the first on-screen male feminist.
Yeah.
I love working with Haley. We have such a good time together. They write us very witty dialogue. So a lot of the questions are from, younger girls who are empowered by what they see, which is an amazing thing considering we're making an entertainment, and actually it has genuine repercussions in people's lives.
That's interesting. Is that how you see Jarvis, as sort of a feminist?
Sure. I think considering the time zone that we're in, the late 40s, and obviously we explored it in the first season with the way that Peggy was treated at work, the fact that Jarvis holds such a different view of women, not just Peggy, but also his wife, Anna, I think that's to be truly commended.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us today. We can't wait to see
me.
season 2. I am cosplaying as Peggy Carter in the blonde wig, but very few people are getting that, so there's a little tip of the hat to the show. We love it around here. Thank you again for all things Agent Carter and Comic-Con. Keep it locked right here to IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great.
Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Here at Comic-Con with some fabulous people from Gotham. Guys, how you doing?
We're fabulous, apparently.
First off, what's it like coming back this year? Last year you were a new show that hadn't debuted yet. This year you've had your full season. What's it like returning to con?
Honestly, we got here last night, so we're kind of new to, we haven't really wandered into this incredible world yet, but it feels really good to be back. It feels good that people are now aware of, instead of hypothesizing about what the show is going to be about, now people know, so.
Yeah.
And you guys are in production right now. What can you tell us about season 3? Specifically, as much as you can, I'll go down the line, starting with you, Cameron, your characters, where we might see them as the season begins.
She is going to be trying to figure out where she fits in, whether she's a good guy or bad guy, and we're also going to be exploring a part of her backstory, which will be very interesting. I'm really excited about that. So, yeah, the whole season is basically going from the mobster crime to the more vicious crime that Gotham is known for, so, yeah.
Great. And Donald, where's
Harvey's
Harvey?
pretty beat up. Harvey's pretty tired of having this quixotic fight that he's been up to for a long time. So at the beginning of the season, I think you find him wanting to try and do something different with his life than take on the kind of the tide of evilness that is Gotham.
Okay. And yeah, your character made some big moves right toward the end of the season.
Yeah, season 2 is going to be pretty different across the board. I mean, the show's kind of dropping any kind of feel it had procedurally. It's pretty much just going to be straight serial now. You know, we've built this community of characters. We'll be introducing a few more, and we're going to be spending time with them. For the Riddler, or Edward at least still, you know, Edward, we kind of left him in this schizophrenic stage where he was, you know, having this inner battle, you know, between this person who's trying so hard to do well, and then this person who's like, it's not working, man, it's not working, your life sucks. And that's going to play itself out, and I think a really exciting way.
Is Harvey going to sort of see any changes in Edward as he sort of deals with that, or?
Harvey's going somewhere else, so I mean, I'm sure they'll cross paths again, but Harvey's got he's got a little bit of a career change going on, I think.
Okay. And favorite season 1 moment for you, Corey, for your character?
I mean, end of the season, the last 3 episodes were my favorite. I mean, shooting my first killing scene was super fun. TJ Scott directed that in such a cool way, and then that last scene was just so exciting. You know, the writing finally like dropped for me, and this other man emerged. It was cool.
Awesome. And for you, Donald, for Harvey, like.
I always loved Spirit of the Goat. I like kind of the backstory for Harvey, but there was a million amazing moments, and actually maybe the most thrilling moment for me was watching the transformation of Edward Nygma. I'm a huge fan of Corey's. I love his work, and I knew the whole season watching. I was like, I just can't wait till people get to see what really comes out of this guy. So that was fantastic.
Because Edward would like walk up to you guys while you're in the middle of a case, and you're like, not now, like we don't have time for this.
Dismiss it, but yeah.
And Cameron, for you, you kind of started off the season very viciously, and then wound up very viciously too.
Yeah.
What was your favorite sort of character moment for you?
I loved being able to push the Reggie dude out of the window. I felt like that was a big transformation for her. But I also loved the finale because I got to work with pretty much all of the cast.
Yeah, everyone all together.
Yeah. So I really like those two.
And who might we see you sort of paired up with as the season begins? Any new pairings or like?
New pairings. You just have to tune in.
And do you guys like it when like they introduce new DC villains and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, I'm super stoked because, you know, what we're doing here is we're building a universe where you're going to get really attached to people, and this is a season that's going to be about light and dark, and you know, wanting to root for people on both sides, and maybe they're switching back and forth. You know, people will surprise you. It's nice. We're building a catalog of characters that are all exciting. You know, we don't have to rely on people outside.
We're bringing in new ones a lot. So.
Good ones.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
And stay tuned to
Thank
IGN
you.
for all the
Thank you.
happenings from Comic-Con.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LGG4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LGG4. See the great. Feel the great.
Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LGG4.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LGG4. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Eric Goldman. Time to learn a little something about this new show, Blindspot. Jamie Alexander is the star. Ron Garrett's producer.
Hello.
And you guys have a nice presence here at Comic-Con, by the way. Right across the street from where we are, there are giant signage of you. Is that kind of amazing when you're working on this show and then you come to something like this and you see like the full blast of it?
Yes, it's very intense, especially because I'm naked and all the
Right.
signage and posters. But yeah, it's amazing. Oh yeah.
Tell us about the show. It has a very cool premise.
Yes, it does.
Sure, yeah, it's about a woman is found in Times Square in a bag covered in tattoos without any memory. And one of the
that old story.
That right
yeah,
there.
it's a chestnut.
That
Do you know what I mean? It's like they do 4 of those a year. I know.
Right.
And then on her back is a tattoo that says Kurt Weller, FBI. So it's a story about trying to find out who this woman is and also what her connection is with this FBI agent who has never seen her in his life.
And I imagine for you, Jamie, this obviously has to be a fascinating character to play because on one hand, she is a blank slate, and yet obviously we know that there's a lot of mystery right off the get-go. How much were you told about her story going into this?
You know, I wasn't told a whole lot, which was fine. Surprisingly, I didn't let it intimidate me too much. You know, it was just like this great collaborative effort, I think, on everyone's part. You know, of just going, okay, let me add a little bit of my flair with what's on the page, and then Mark Pellington, our director, you know, really set the tone so nicely. With what he did with the pilot, and yeah, it's just it's wonderful. It's like a blank canvas.
Yeah.
And for an actor, it can be scary, but it also can be so satisfying.
A blank canvas covered in tattoos.
Covered in tattoos. Not technically blank.
Right. It's both. That's
Yeah.
what makes it fascinating. What was the inspiration for this show? Like, where did it come from?
You know what? The image that Times Square, that the opening of our show, just that image was like kind of the jumping off point. I just thought it just came to me one day, and I just thought, God, that's so cool. And I love treasure maps. I love treasure hunts. I love all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the ability to do a show that is kind of like a puzzle that the audience can kind of follow along and like help solve is like, it's pretty exciting.
The as if you've just seen the trailer for the show, you see that it is revealed that your character has some skills.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
physical skills. You obviously have already gotten to do some action in the past, but are they going to be throwing some big stuff at you at this show?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Confirmed.
Yes. I think it would be. Actually, here's the thing. This show completely uses all my abilities, which is great. And as for the fighting, we just made it really realistic that somebody my size could, with the right know-how and the right training, actually defend herself against an opponent that's, small, large, or medium.
Right.
And so we've been training a lot with, some guys from the DEA and Navy SEALs and that sort of thing to learn different techniques. So it's awesome. I'm having a blast on it.
Martin, I know that some people kind of don't, kind of get how hard it is just to make a pilot, and so they think, you have like 5 years mapped out, but you're just trying to get the pilot made. But in a show like this, where there is this sort of background thing, how much do you have mapped out of just the general background of what got her to this place?
I have a lot. I mean, I know everything about her, certainly.
Yeah.
I think the benefit of the climate in television today is that when you even just pitch these shows, like back in August, when you just have an idea, they want to know, like, they've been burned too many times with like awesome pilots that then just like burn out in episode 3.
Right.
So they want to know what that first season's going to be. They want to know what the second season is possible. They want to know that it's got legs to go forever. So even in the pitching, when we went back in August, I had like a really concrete plan. Now it's changed, obviously, so it's malleable enough that oh wow, we have Jamie, she can do this, let's try it, move it this way. But I know what all the tent poles are, certainly in this first season, and we know what the second season is about.
Jamie, when you approach a character like this, I imagine it must be a challenge because you're not sure how much you can play into a backstory. Because I know a question the show will bring up, of course, is like, is there in the back of her mind, are her memories there or not?
Yeah.
So when you're playing these scenes, because usually you can be like, what informed her? Is it kind of finding that right middle ground?
It is. I think the great thing about Jane is that the only thing she really has is her intuition and gut instinct. And we all have that, so it's very relatable. But just having only that and no other knowledge of her past or who she is, it's sort of just a free-for-all. I mean, it's really great, but what she bases every decision she makes, she bases it off of her instinct and intuition. Sorry, it's been a long day, y'all. Anywho, so it's really great. So who she trusts, and when she gets a bad vibe about something, there's a moment in the pilot where she hears a woman being attacked, and her first instinct is to go and help that woman. So that's a very great clue to possibly who she really is deep down. Yeah, it's a great platform, I think.
And you've got this partnership at the center, but a very, I would imagine, uneasy one, especially because that name being on her back could be ominous. It could be, there's so many reasons it could be on her back.
For sure.
So what's the dynamic like between the two of them?
I think it's actually a very emotional one. I can't go into too much, but in episode 2, you know, we come to learn what Kurt thinks, why his name is on her back. Like, it kind of pieces together. There's a hint of it kind of at the end of the pilot. You see him notice something, a scar on the back of her neck, and you can see him register that. Well, in episode 2, we pick up, and then he's like, I think I've put this together, and it's a very emotional connection he feels with her suddenly because of that.
Are you excited? You know, first of all, I'm curious how much Martin has told you about the character's backstory, and are you excited by all the possibilities? Because, you know, who knows? Like, you know, what should we not trust? Should we, the audience, not trust her?
Yeah.
Is that going to be fun for you to sort of play all those different angles?
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, this is so satisfying creatively because the sky's the limit, you know, and especially with all the tattoos, and there's several layers of them. I mean, we have like enough for like 10 years or something.
Sure,
I mean, like,
we sure do.
Honestly, I'm 5'9". We got a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be great. And he's told me like I sort of have essentially a blueprint of who she could be and where we're going to take it this season and all the things that we might explore there. But as for a definite answer, he hasn't told me yet. So. Which is great, because I really don't want that to pop up in my performance too soon.
Especially this show, I'd imagine, even more than others.
Yeah.
Eric, we have time for one last question.
Yeah, I'm going to throw out one little question about another character you play named Lady Sif. We had Zachary Levi here the other day, and he was saying, you know, he doesn't know much more than us, that we know the title of the next Thor movie is filming next year. Have you heard anything?
Yes, that's all that they'll tell us, especially me, because I have a big mouth. They'll be like, Jamie, don't tell Jamie anything, because she'll tell everybody. No, I just get so excited about it, too, so I always want to share info. But I will be in Thor 3, for sure. I just don't know to what extent and that sort of thing. And I'm sure there's future possibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. And whatever I can do in that universe to help tie things together, I'll be happy to do.
We look forward to it. And to Blindspot, guys.
Thank you very much.
When and where can we watch Blindspot?
It'll be on Mondays on NBC after The Voice, 10 p.m. It starts September 21st.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks so much.
You got it.
Okay.
Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live here at Comic-Con after this.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Hey guys, what's going on? This is Rob. We're here at Comic-Con with Team Flash and the Reverse Flash.
Thank you.
Scoundrel. Thank you
Wait,
guys
what?
for being
Scoundrel?
here.
I
would go with Rapscallion.
Rapscallion, you
Yes.
think? All right. Well, thank you.
It's going to be
for
a Donnybrook.
being here.
It's going to be a
How's your
brouhaha.
Comic-Con? It's going to be a brouhaha.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Let's just say
Fisticuffs.
old-timey words the whole time.
Fisticuffs, Donnybrook, brouhaha, a melee.
Congratulations on an awesome first season.
Thank
that
you.
finale
Thank
was
you.
amazing. Very impactful. Just warning, we're going to talk about the finale of The Flash. If you haven't seen it,
Spoiler
you're
alert.
insane. Go check it out and come back. All bets are
Who
off.
hasn't seen it? I
Who
mean,
hasn't
really?
seen it at this point?
Come on.
Am I right?
This thing swept America.
It did.
I don't know.
Let's talk about this a little bit. Let's talk about it. All bets are off. You, sir. You, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta tell you, I loved the arc, your arc this season, because it was almost as painful for me as a viewer to watch you go from being this delightful mentor to the absolute worst murdering of this sweet young man villain.
Listen, here's the thing. The guy had it coming. And anybody who's watching the show in their heart knew he deserved to die. Somehow he was
Carlos
spared.
agrees.
Somehow he was spared and then got killed again and was spared and was killed again. But I'm telling you, if there's one thing I want to accomplish during the 14-year run of this show, is I want to like permanently kill this guy.
No!
That's the reaction of America. That's not my reaction. He has it coming. If you only knew how he antagonizes and antagonizes and antagonizes. Yeah, it's going to be a fair fight. Now that he's all vibey, it's going to be a fair fight.
All right, that's true. That's a
Yeah.
little more fair, just
Sure.
a little bit. So we know you're coming back next season. Do you think that it's possible with this sort of paradox that's happened that you could be coming back as the actual Harrison Wells? Would that be interesting for you, or would you rather?
I don't think so. No, my starting point is as the Reverse Flash. I don't really understand what the word paradox means, so I'm just going to go with the question. But it was a very big word for us three here. But yeah, I mean, that's my starting point, Reverse Flash. So I'm looking forward. I feel like in our first season, we did a decent job setting a pretty high bar. When I say we, I mean the writers. We're just a bunch of guys standing there saying lines.
Yeah.
But I do feel that the show, having set that bar, is only too eager to see if we can like try and leap that in our second season. So I think it's promises to be a decent ride. We're certainly hopeful, and on behalf of these two cats, grateful that we get to have a second season at all.
No, it was amazing. One of the most impactful parts of the series was watching this dual father-son. There's actually a lot of kind of father-son storylines going on, but certainly with your character. How do you sort of foresee that playing out next season? There is one little image of Barry in jail, and it looks like there could be a reverse trajectory. Like you guys could just be playing opposite roles.
I have no idea. It's wide open. One thing they've proven, it certainly with multiple universes, that we never know what to expect.
Yeah. Cisco,
Yes.
you were such a fan of superheroes. How is he going to react to being one as Vibe?
Well, I mean, I don't actually know if for certain if that's in this character's future. All I know is that, you know, Cisco's undergoing some, like, crazy body changes, like, specifically with
there he is
his
again with the
mind
body
and his
changes.
dreams. As, you know, per, like, episode 18 and 20 around there, he starts having these visions and these dreams. And so he's going to continue to struggle with that and learn what that is and basically find out what Dr. Wells told him at the end of season 1, and if that's true, and if so, what are the repercussions?
Thank you guys so much for being here today. It is
Thank
a
you for
crazy
having us.
Comic-Con.
Yes.
For all things Flash at Comic-Con, keep it locked right here to IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man.
John!
On July 17th,
We have to stop him.
a new hero
I got this. Let's fly.
arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LGG4. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Eric Goldman. We are joined by Dennis Leary and Elizabeth Gillies.
And we are here to bring you the news.
Yes. We're talking about
Donald Trump is still a giant asshole, apparently. That's our headline today. Liz?
The weather.
The weather.
I'm not ready with the weather. But so let's talk about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Sex and drugs. And rock and
There's
roll.
a lot of those in
I know,
there.
there's a lot of ands in there.
3 ampersands in there.
We get offended if they're not all represented.
You know, I've actually read a couple of things by guys and overheard guys complaining that we're using too many ampersands.
Yeah,
Like,
I've heard it too.
How easy is your life if 4 ampersands is a problem for you?
But what was the meeting like with the network when they said you can't hashtag that because ampersands take out the hashtag? Was that a...
That's when SDRR was created.
Okay,
The most
okay.
amazing
Can I ask a question?
hashtag of all.
Why can't you...
You can't because the symbols break up hashtags on
Yeah.
Twitter.
It's how the internet works.
It's how it works.
That's just
yeah,
how
they
it
get
works.
But wait a
clogged in the
minute,
tubes.
Can we just stop here for
They
a second?
can't change it for you. It's done.
But why would that be a problem on the internet? It's like, that makes no sense to me.
I know. Do you
Totally
think they would
agree
have
with
fixed
you.
it at this point? But no,
No,
it's still a problem. But I'm glad you stuck with
Impossible.
your title. This is your return to FX. Obviously, a very different show than Rescue Me. Can you talk about your character in this show? And when we meet him, I don't want to say it's kind of. I don't want to say has been because he's more of a never was or a has been because he's a guy. He was right on the cusp, right?
He's a never was.
Has never been.
Has never been. That's a great way to describe it. He's a has never been. He's a guy that, he's one of those guys that could have been, he wanted to be famous as a guy in a rock band when he was 20, years old. And he screwed it up. A combination of ego and some chemical, substance abuse, mostly ego. His band broke up, and so he spent his entire life bitter that nobody knows who he is. And the series picks up with him trying to put the band back together again, so he can make a living.
Right.
At this point, he's not going to be famous, but that's the story.
And then he's thrown a big curveball with your character.
I'm the curveball.
You're the curveball. Can you explain why you were such a curveball in his life?
Well, I think I find him at a low point, and he has no idea that I ever existed, or that he had a daughter or a child, let alone like a grown-up, very determined adult wanting to be a singer. So when I come and find him in New York, at probably the lowest point in his life, it definitely it changes things up. I offer him money,
Yes.
and the rest is history.
Are you forced very quickly to kind of become the parent in the situation?
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, he can't be a parent.
Right.
But he does parent in certain ways, but she definitely takes on more of an adult role, I'd say.
Yeah, it's the dynamic is definitely.
I keep you in check, as does Ava, as does his
Yeah.
And,
She doesn't drink. She doesn't do drugs.
Yeah.
She's very talented. She's wise beyond her years. Her father is, assisted by some alcohol and some drugs. And actually, even at this point in his career, his life, things like Crestor and Avidart and Cialis, because he's old now. But so that's the dynamic. But the real story is about this family, which is the band.
Yeah.
Every rock and roll band I've had the privilege of knowing, or being close to, they really are. They're a family. And so the parents in a band are usually the lead singer and the lead guitar player. And if they break up, the entire family falls apart because nobody wants to see, Aerosmith without Stephen and Joe, or the Stones without Mick and Keith. So that's my relationship with Corbett. He's the lead guitar player and I'm the lead singer. So it's really about, this fun. Can we swear on this?
If you could not, that'd be great.
I can't physically stop you
We
from
can't
doing
stop
it.
you then. We're not
Did
going
you do it yet?
What happens if I swear?
Let's find out. Let's go
everything.
down. Let's start with
Does it
A.
get bleeped?
No, I don't think they can. Yeah, they'll probably believe you, actually. Yeah.
Okay, well, I won't swear. I'll just say that the show is, it's dark, but it's. I think it's funny, and it's got a little
It is funny.
very small dollop of drama, so that it keeps itself grounded. But we're out to make you laugh your ass off, every week for half an hour with this really messed up family. And I think when I say messed up, you know what I really mean, but I'm not going to say it because we're trying to be nice.
It's a family show here.
It's a family show.
Right, like your show. She likes to, definitely is pushing his buttons. She's sort of openly threatening to sleep with John's character.
If she goes right for the jugular on that one.
Yeah. So
Have you already seen the show?
I've seen a few episodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, he's like, have you seen it?
I haven't seen it. No.
Yeah.
Well, you back up. Let's have a conversation
Did you
with
like
you.
it?
I did like it. Yeah.
Are you lying to me right
I'm
now?
not lying to you.
I think you're lying to me.
Your voice went up. You went, I like it.
What was your favorite part of the show?
My favorite part of the show was.
Favorite guest star so far?
No, wait. Let's start.
Wait a
What's
second.
your favorite part of the show?
My favorite part of the show is honestly like seeing her push your buttons and just figuring out that dynamic and the fact that he is, he's such a mess as a person,
Right.
and that she is, she and when you're kind of arguing about whether you love each other and kind of figuring that all out.
Well, I think if you like that, then you probably will like the show.
Yeah.
Long range, yeah.
The cool thing about the show is that it really only gets crazier and better. I think towards the end, it just gets, there's more at stake. Everything, I don't know. It kind of reaches a fever pitch and then ends on a, well, you'll see. But it only gets better. Dennis did a really good job.
Of course.
I have a great cast.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't exist without.
And great musicians working on the show.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, because there's a ton of musical performances in the show, and sort of how did you approach that? Who did you get together to do? You're singing a bunch of songs, obviously, Elizabeth. And
yeah.
Well, I had to find somebody for her character guaranteed who could sing live because I wanted to record the vocals live.
Yeah.
You know, I just felt that would give the show, when you're watching it, you'd be able, I think the audience knows if something feels real or not. So it had to be somebody who could sing live. And then I have, you know, I'm very lucky. I'm very good friends with a guy named Greg Dooley, who's the lead singer and songwriter of a band called the Afghan Wigs.
Yeah. And appears in the show.
And appears in the show. So the Wigs and Greg Dooley, a lot of the guys from the Wigs, were in the studio to record the old songs that the Heathens did from back in the 90s. So that was a salvation for me because those guys are such pros, and Greg was producing. And then for the modern day stuff, which is most of Liz's character's music and the modern day stuff that the band comes up with, I had my technical advisors, which are really my comedy band, but those guys are all professional musicians. They've been in bands like the Jim Carroll Band, the Del Fuegos, Ozzy Osbourne's band. They're well-known session guys and live players. So really, I just went into the studio. Once I got her, you know, it's just like writing a scene. A good scene is great if the actors are great. They'll just make it look better than it was. So these songs, my partner, songwriting partner, Chris Phillips, and I were writing these songs, but really, because we had her to sing them, we would just go in the studio, turn it over to her and the musicians, and it would turn into something else. So I didn't really have to worry about that side of the show because of her and them. And I mean, hopefully, when people watch, they'll be able to tell. Her vocals in like episode 3 when she plays live in a club for the first time, that's her first take vocal that I ended up using.
Nice.
Her live vocal from that scene.
Right.
So
I think it feels better when you watch something and it's live. There's an energy that you can feel. It doesn't feel. It feels like you're watching a rock concert a little bit, like you're in an audience as opposed to watching something that was played back or recorded or reenacted. So I'm happy that we did it that way.
And if by the way, the first time I sing live is in episode 2, that Radiohead Morrissey song.
Right.
The best.
Just listen real close, because there's so many clams in that 40 seconds.
It's my favorite song.
But I left them in there because it's my live vocal, and it's pretty much, she's a great singer, I'm just a screamer. But
no, there have been times where I've hit a weird note and it kills me. Like, I can't have that. But then it's like, you need to lighten up, and that's, people like hearing something real in there. A little mistake never hurt anyone. Hopefully there are not too many.
Usually after
Makes it feel real.
Yeah, I think it makes it real for the audience.
Before we let you go, Dennis, I'm just curious.
We have to go now?
Jeez,
Just
all
about
right.
out of time.
Get your pen. We thought we were sleeping over.
Well, I just thought we'd be on longer. I think Mike Tyson was up here for like an hour, but that's okay.
That's okay.
He's the champion.
It's okay.
You don't cut him off.
We're here at Comic-Con. You had a role in the Amazing Spider-Man films. Just curious what you think. They didn't get to finish that story. Do you think Mark got a fair shot on that? Or are you disappointed that he didn't get to finish out?
I was disappointed because I'm totally selfish and greedy, and I was part of the franchise. I came back briefly in 2. Part of the discussion was that possibly in 3 there was this idea at one point that Spider-Man would be able to take this formula and regenerate the people in his life that had died. So there was this discussion about that Captain Stacy would come back even bigger in episode 3, and I was like, let's go.
Right.
So I was a little disappointed, but I like working with Mark a lot. Mark's a great director, great actors director, and I loved working with that cast. We had a blast. And I really would love to work with Mark again. For a big budget, gigantic action movie that's really about a franchise. To be on that stage and watching Emma and Andrew, and even in our group scenes, we would just go off script and improvise, which nobody let you do on those things.
Really?
Yeah, it
a
was
big
really
movie
great.
like that.
Yeah, it was really
That's
great.
Wild.
It was really, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. So I miss it because I really liked working with those guys.
Well, we have an announcement.
Reese is one of the funniest human beings who has ever walked the planet. I don't think people out there realize how funny this guy is.
Yeah.
So working with him on the set is all day is just laughing your ass off. So That's the answer to that question.
Thank
All right, Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll premieres July 16th.
That's right.
Where's the main
like
camera?
5 days.
Who do I talk to?
Talk forward.
Yeah, just straight ahead
Sex,
into
Drugs,
the
and Rock and Roll,
darkness.
Thursdays at 10 on FX. And forget about me. The show is about Liz Gillies.
It's not.
See this girl.
Completely
She's
split
fantastic.
in half. Nope.
She's
not true.
Thank you guys
and
so
John
much. Yeah.
Corbett.
Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live here at Comic-Con after this.
Thank you. I love seeing outlets.
What's going on, everybody? This is Roth. We're here at Comic-Con with the cast of The Walking Dead, and their fans have already gone a little insane. The panel was yesterday, yes?
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was amazing. I mean, it was like amazing a number of people, like 700 folks, 7,000. And a ton
700.
of love. I know, 700, not so good. 7,000 and a ton of love. It was just really awesome.
Do you get used to it, or is it always a little bit overwhelming to sort of interact with the fans?
I
guess. I mean, I've been doing this.
Chandler, especially,
Yeah,
like
you've grown up doing this, yeah.
A lot of love, a lot of Chandler love over there.
But I've been doing this convention just in general for 6 years now.
Yeah.
And you do get used to it, but it doesn't get old. Like how much the fans are into. Like it's so crazy how much the fans are into the show. It's really, really amazing how much effort and money they put into coming just to seeing us and getting our signatures and just getting pictures and everything. It's just amazing how invested they are in the show.
So what we've seen from next season so far, just in terms of the images, looks like there's a big confrontation heading between Morgan and Rick. That's what it looks like to me, and I'm curious where each of you would sort of, well, I know what side you'd be on, I'd imagine, and everybody's sort of Team Rick at this point, but Morgan's coming in and saying, no, let's value life again. And has Rick gone to a place that you think you in particular may pull back and go, you know what, you've gone too far?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is an interesting dynamic between Michonne and Rick in terms of that specific thing. Like, where exactly is the line? And the fact that Michonne is really trying to galvanize a community into happening and actually give them a place to live and open up their hearts a little more to people who've opened up their homes to us, and we can't be brutal towards them.
Right.
So there is this very interesting dynamic at play. At the same time, she realizes it's a brutal world.
Yeah.
And she realizes people die if you're not on your top game. So it is this very interesting line that, it's a question of where will she fall if that sort of conflict does happen? When does he go too far for her?
All right, guys. Well, I'm actually shockingly be giving the wrap, so I would love to talk to you some more. I'm really looking forward to next season of The Walking Dead. Thank you so much for all things Walking Dead and Comic-Con. Keep it locked right here to IGN.
This is IGN Live at Comic-Con, brought to you by the all-new LG G4. This is Comic-Con. You're looking at it right now. Here we are in the studio. I'm here with Joshua Yale, Tim Kring, Jack Coleman, and Judith Ciccone. And you guys are the heroes reborn. Well, you're the guy who is making the heroes get reborn, and you guys are heroes reborn.
Exactly.
What's going on with heroes? Is it getting reborn?
It's getting reborn.
That was weird. They don't usually start me on a picture of a train.
Take it at its word.
We're birthing it right now. You're watching the birth of it right now at Comic-Con. It's amazing. This is really where it,
like
where it all began.
Where it all began.
Heroes was awesome. People, got stoked about Heroes, but like it kind of came a little bit before the thing that just blew up, and suddenly superheroes were everywhere, and now you're kind of coming back to, reclaim the throne, yeah?
Well, listen, the show, when it started, you're right, genre was sort of thought of as a little bit on the fringe, and there were several of us that, talking behind the scenes about writers and, friends of mine, thinking, well, I think the mainstream is actually, the genre audience has actually become the mainstream audience. It's just that, like, television hasn't quite figured that out. And so this show, Heroes, bridged a little bit of that, because while it was about people with powers, it was really about the people, and it was really about the family dynamics. I think Jack's character with Hayden Panettiere, as his daughter, was really like the heart and soul of that show.
And the Petrellis, those two
Petrelli
families.
family was really a saga about two families, exactly. And so, while it had superpowers, the thing that really I think elevated it was just how much it was about the characters and how they dealt with these powers.
Yeah, Jack, what's it like for you to come back and take on this role again? It's great to see you back, but Claire's not there, not a part of your story that we know of.
She is her presence looms large.
Very large, yeah.
I mean, it's great for me. The first time I put the glasses back on in 5 years was to do the ad for the Super Bowl, and it felt like Halloween dress up or something. I felt a little bit like an imposter. And the first couple days of filming were a little bit like that, and then you get back into it. What's really interesting is working with some of the actors who have come back and worked with Mossy and with Greg Grunberg and Sendel and Chris Rose, and watching them all, watch the gears grind on that first day for a minute. It takes a second. It's like, oh, I know this character, I've been doing, but you haven't done it for 5 years, and you get to sort of get back into it. And all of us have a little bit of a transition, but it's fun to watch and incredible to see them all back.
No, it's worth pointing out, like it's been 5 years. 5 years is a long time in terms of some television audiences' age range, and you're going to have people who maybe when Heroes was on they were too young for it, and now it's like exactly the thing they want to see. How accessible is this going to be to people who weren't into the original series?
Well, we thought a lot about that exact sort of dilemma, and the truth is, first of all, the original series is there for everybody to find, and now more easily than ever. NBC has put out an app that comes, the Heroes Reborn app, that you can go back and watch all these episodes. So it's amazing how easy it is to access that. That being said, we really designed the show so that you didn't have to have watched the show before. You could step on the train, in the station at the very beginning and watch it. If you have seen the show and you do know the mythology, I think you are going to have a kind of more, a deeper experience, because there's all these clues and Easter eggs, and sort of, it's almost like speaking a special language. So for the audience we really want to honor that audience that watched the show and passionately watched the show before. But if you haven't, you'll enjoy the show just fine.
Cool. And Judith, you have old guard, new guard here, new character, exactly. New to the show. And from what it looks like, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it looks like your character is one of the villains alongside Zachary Levi. So what can you tell us about your character? Are you one of the villains of the show?
I wouldn't call me a villain.
Okay.
I think
it's more subtle.
Yeah, I think she's a very complex character, which I think, a lot of people are in Heroes, and I think that's one of the things that made it great, is that people were bad, now they're good, now they're bad, now they're good. They're not necessarily black and white, and I think that's fair with my character. I think she has a really exciting journey, and I think she's quite badass, and a strong...
She is badass.
A strong woman as well, which I think is really great about the show, and something that was there earlier, is that you get to see women in strong roles, holding their own, going for what they want, rather than just being like the crying victim in the corner. So it's a good journey.
That's good stuff. I was going to say, it's some time has passed. What would you say is different in terms of just kind of the pop culture or just real life landscape? Are there different concerns you maybe want to address in the show? You're talking about strong female characters. Mm-hmm. That's big right now. People really care about that, and that's really important.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that's just different?
Well, listen, the show takes place exactly 5 years after the last one ended. So it takes place right now. And the world, I think, really, it needed saving when we started the show 9 years ago, and it still needs saving. And but I think everyone feels now that the world is vibrating in a kind of scary way, with all the things that are going on the planet. And so the show reflects that a little bit. In some ways, it's cranked up. It's a little bit more dangerous. It's a little bit more paranoia and persecution. The characters that have powers in the first series, it was kind of a mystical experience of what's happening to me and how am I connected to these other people. Now, in the show now, in Heroes Reborn, if you have a power, you know what it is, you know that it's bad, you know that you're going to be persecuted. So the world is a little bit more dangerous, and we are dealing with some of the ideas of what's happening to the planet and whether we can save the planet. Those are current issues that we're dealing with.
So more dangerous, does that mean it's larger scale too? I mean, the thing is you're coming back. It's kind of proven that superheroes are totally viable right now. Right. Are you giving more leeway? Is it kind of like bigger budget, would you say, or I don't want to look at your wallet or anything.
Listen, about sort of bigger budget or more. The truth is, we found that we can do things now on the show that we couldn't do 5 years ago. I mean, Jack was just shooting stuff literally yesterday that I don't think we could have done that, of 5 years ago.
Certainly not as easily.
Yeah.
It would be a real production to do some of the stuff we did yesterday.
Just some of the stuff we've done with drones and special effects that we used to take 3 weeks to do. Now a guy on a laptop sits on the set and he can actually create almost what so it's amazing how there is new technology.
And Tim and everybody's they put a lot of thought into the look of the show and what's different, and that it reflects a different reality. It reflects a different, aesthetic sense, and it will look a little bit different than it did before. A little bit more cinematic, right?
Yeah.
A little.
Definitely.
I mean, listen, when the show came out, we looked and felt like nothing else quite like on network television, and so I knew that I wanted to have that same feeling for audience to have that same feeling when they watch this, that it doesn't look anything quite like something on TV.
When can people see it?
September 24th.
There you go. Well, that sounds awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming by.
Yeah,
and congratulations.
Thank you.
That's really exciting. We have tons more Comic-Con stuff coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LGG4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier.
What's up, everybody? Joshua Yale here at San Diego Comic-Con with Rob Liefeld. What's up, Rob?
Oh, how you doing? Glad to be here.
Good. Yeah, you have a lot of comics work going on right now. Just this week, what do we got? Bloodstrike.
Bloodstrike, there's a book I'm doing called The Covenant, which is a biblical heist thriller. Bloodstrike is a return to a book that I did in the 90s. It was a big hit, so we're bringing it back out. Brigade is coming in, I think, October or November. So yeah, a lot of comics.
Yeah, so what made now the time you wanted to bring back Bloodstrike?
Well, honestly, I was going to do it 3 years ago, and I talked to Eric Stevenson at Image Comics, and he said, Rob, take a break. Take a break. No, he said, really, take a break. It was the best advice he ever gave me. And he said, take a break, and comics will still be here. I was doing 3 books a month for DC, and I was doing a book with Robert Kirkman, and literally it just timed itself that this was a good time, and the sales and everything have been great. So it was the best advice he ever gave me.
Cool. And obviously, here at Comic-Con is where things make the jump from comic book to movie and TV shows.
Yeah.
Are you bringing those back with maybe an adaptation in mind?
You know what? I wish I could tell you I was. I'm not. The Covenant, actually, the biblical heist about the theft of the Ark of the Covenant, that actually has a ton of interest. Bloodstrike is just about comic books. I walk that floor, and I know that there's lots of people with stars in their eyes. But I'm a comic book guy. I've done this for 28 years. Yeah. And sometimes it's just about the comic book.
Sure. Okay. Obviously, creator of Deadpool.
Sure.
Glad to have you here. And I heard you've been hiding sketches of Deadpool around the convention floor. What's up with that?
Okay, to commemorate 24 years of Deadpool being published, I decided to hide 24 sketches all around the greater Gaslamp District hotels, and we have given away 10 sketches so far. It's great. I got my family and friends all working in conjunction with me. They hide them, send me the clues. I put them on Twitter and Instagram, and people are finding them generally within 7 to 10 minutes.
Wow.
They get people running. I feel so bad for the people who aren't getting them.
Like
number 2 guy.
Yeah.
But it's a great way to celebrate Deadpool. When he hit the scene in New Mutants '98, Marvel had never gotten so much mail on a new character.
Really?
He kind of popped out of the womb, ridiculously popular, and has stayed that way for 24 years. And I figured, and with the movie coming, let's celebrate.
Yeah. And what is it like to see the character evolve so much from where you created him, and he's almost taken on a life of his own. He's become like very self-aware and everything. So what's it like to see like other writers take the character you created and transform him?
Look, there's been a lot of different takes. There's some I enjoy, some I don't. But what I realize is the people own Deadpool. When you see a person in a pink Deadpool outfit dressed like a Deadpool unicorn, the people own Deadpool. Deadpool with the tutu. Yeah. They've just co-opted him. What the pride I take is that costume rocks. And in the time that Thor and Captain America have changed their costumes about 20 times in 24 years, Deadpool has one costume. That's a statement to a great design. And I think part of how he looks matters. When I have a row of all the statues from Gentle Giant to Bowen Designs, all the great, and he's always pointing a gun and he's got a sword. And I tell people, if he's shooting at you, if he's cutting at you, and he's cutting you with a katana, and he's saying something that's smart ass, that's my Deadpool, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Did Joe Kelly have him break the fourth wall? I don't know who gave him the chimichangas, but like you said, people keep adding to it. And it's awesome.
But it stays true to the core. Yeah.
He's still out. He's still going to kill you eventually.
Another thing is that we're getting the movie with like Ryan Reynolds. And he played the character before. So what's it like for you to see your character get a redo on the big screen?
Well, I think it's great. Ryan was great in the first 5 minutes of Wolverine Origins as Wade. You go, he's perfect. Unfortunately, the producers took a wrong turn. This entire movie is going to make you're not going to remember that movie. Deadpool, the movie, is so ridiculously fantastic. From the script to the screen, I was on set for several days.
Oh, wow.
Ryan is Deadpool. He is dead. People have no idea what's in store. It is the R rating and everything it contains. I think people. You think you see it coming, you don't know what's coming. It's going to hit hard.
Very cool. And what can you say about what it's like when you were on set and the things that you saw? Were fans really gonna are they gonna know? Do they know what they're gonna get going into the theater, or is it gonna be like a big surprise?
I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna get the best Deadpool they've ever experienced. They took 24 years of Deadpool, and they took all the good stuff, and they made the movie of just all the good stuff. And and I'm telling you right now, it's really there's never been one memorable Deadpool storyline. A lot of gags over 24 years. The writers, the director, the producer, they took the best stuff, and it's 2 hours of the absolute best Deadpool. I kid you not, people, this will be the definitive Deadpool. Trust, mark my words.
Cool, very cool. Happy to hear it. Also, some other characters you are responsible for. Cable.
Sure.
There's always things in the ether of like a movie. So do you know anything about that?
You know what I think I can say is that with Deadpool, they've taken the lid off of the Liefeld kind of era, which brought us all those characters. I think I created 40 characters for Marvel. At least I think that's what my contract says. and I'm telling you, I don't think there's any holding them back now.
Okay.
I got to be very careful. But yeah, I don't think you can't put the genie back in the bottle, especially when the bottle was uncorked by Deadpool, right?
Right.
So,
you're right. You're here at the con.
Yeah.
You have a booth.
I'm all over the place.
You're all
I've
over
been
the
signing
place.
at Image
Okay.
Comics. They've given me a spot on Artist Alley. I'm signing at all sorts of different booths.
Cool. So,
go ahead.
no, please.
I said mostly I'm going around taking pictures of all the Deadpool merchandise. That's like a full day.
Yeah. Hey. While you're here at Comic-Con, you've been here many times.
Yeah.
What are you most excited for this Comic-Con?
Come on, I'm not going to lie to you. Deadpool.
Yep.
Star Wars, Superman, Batman. This is the perfect show. I was a huge Man of Steel fan. I'll fight anybody over that movie.
Ooh,
I love it.
okay.
And I'm so excited for Batman, Superman. I love Zack Snyder. I love the cast. So it's great. I mean, the fact that and Deadpool comes out in February. They come out in March, and then obviously Star Wars is Christmas. So it's kind of like they're giving us like the winter blockbusters here at the show, and that's exciting.
Sure. I love that you're into Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
So let me have you weigh in on the big question:
Sure.
who would win in a fight, Ben Affleck's Batman or Henry Cavill's Superman?
Okay, I'm gonna go. Frank Miller is the man. Frank Miller redefined Batman for the ages, and I mean, for me, that was 1985, 86. So I mean, we're looking at 30 years that he redefined Batman. He had Dark Knight take Superman down. Bruce is a smart guy. My money's on Bruce.
Okay, there it is. So any final words for your fans of all your stuff here at Comic-Con?
The fans have always been so good. They've always been so good to me. And I just want to say thank you for everything and get ready for a great year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob.
You bet.
And for all things from Rob Liefeld, for all things here at Comic-Con, keep it right here on IGN.
Thank you.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Welcome back, everyone. IGN Live at Comic-Con, presented by the all-new LG G4. I'm Damon, this is Eric, and it's time to talk about Arrow. Steven is obviously Oliver Queen.
Yes.
Yes. He's Felicity Smoke, and when he's a writer and producer on the show.
Yes. And you guys, you came off an ending of a season that was interesting because on a show where a lot of bad things happen, it was like, hey, Oliver and Felicity driving off into the sunset, all their problems are over.
We want to give you some hope so that we can just crush it. Right,
so what is going to happen, Steven, that's going to make him go, I got to turn this car around?
Well, but I know, I don't turn the car around. We go, we vacation, we land in a spot that is not Starling City. We have established a nice, relatively domesticated life by Arrow standards.
Yeah.
And but there are problems in the city that, based on breaking news of recent days, most likely relate to a Mr. Damien Dark.
Yeah, that was your big reveal about a day or two ago.
Yep.
Damien Dark, the casting. Wendy, can you talk about bringing this guy in? We've had a lot of big villains on the show.
Yeah, no, we're very excited about Neil. It's somebody that we've had. He was kind of our first choice for casting Damien, and we really just wanted somebody who would bring a lot of gravitas and a lot of menace. We really wanted somebody who was going to be scary and could hold a candle to John Barrowman and Manu Bennett and the other, super big bads we've had in the show before.
Mm-hmm. Now, Emily, last season there was a lot of conflict, obviously, with Oliver and Felicity. They often were on the different sides of things, but then at the end they worked things out. going, into the season clearly at some point, having to go back to Starling City after this happy time away. Are they, you think, more on the same page than they've ever been?
I think just because we had last season, it was a lot of push and pull, and they both had to trust each other, kind of going off into the sunset. You also have to have that mutual trust that, like, we're going to actually give this a real shot. And they've had the past 5 months to sort of do that in vacation. Now we're coming back, and we get to see them being a couple, working together as a couple, but also they've left something that occupied their lives so in such a large way that there's going to be this little bit of a void, and how are they filling that? And I think that's more of the question that brings them back around to color another shade into their lives, but now as a team.
And let's talk about the team, which has changed. There's been shifts and people have come and gone in the team. Now we've got Thea costumed up, which kind of just happened at the end. How after all that's happened, what do you think is Oliver's viewpoint on that?
Well, he's at ease as he can be with Thea being speedy and being out there with the team, knowing what a dangerous, lethal world it can be.
Yeah.
But I do think personally that, over the first few episodes of the season, certainly that I've read, Willa Holland's character and what she is going through was of most interest to me. I think it was really interesting, and it's something that was set up last season that the writers follow through on.
And Felicity and Ray ended on good terms, but then Ray didn't end on good terms.
Kind of turned to dust. I know.
We can laugh about it if we didn't know that he had a show.
Guy's okay.
Sorry, Brandon.
Yeah, we had him earlier, so we know that. But well, obviously, I would assume that we will see the reverberations of that, and how your character and everyone is sort of dealing with right now what seems to be a bad thing has happened.
Well, I feel like Felicity and Ray were gonna try and be friends post their relationship, which would have been will be awesome, and would have been a little rocky at first, but now it's just gonna be even rockier because he's supposed to be dead and he's now alive.
Yes, hard to be friends.
Which we all know, but they don't.
Yep.
So Felicity's gonna be a little bit of a shock, I think. But science is changing.
There's going to be a bit of a twist, but you're going to be the one that helps bring him back to the show. So it's going to be exciting.
Oh.
It's going to be a mystery.
Breaking news.
Oh, there you go.
I hope that's not too big a spoiler, but
You're like, yeah, here I am.
Apparently, Wendy's tired of dancing around the at this point of the day.
Episode 5.
Yeah, exactly. And she's fired. All right.
The flashbacks are a component of the show that I'm very curious, because we're getting closer and closer to the 5 years,
Yes.
So, for both Wendy and Steven, where are you going this year with the flashbacks, and where are you going to take them?
You really can't. I personally can't reveal anything about the flashbacks other than I anticipate and don't even know that one of the elements that Damien Dark is bringing to the show, which we've talked about today, is magic and mysticism, is something that I anticipate, based on the tenor of our show, Oliver will experience in the flashbacks this year. But the exciting part for me is that you're right, we are closing in on the beginning of our series, the first frames of our series. And there's definitely, relative to Oliver's physical appearance at the beginning of the series, there's a real head-scratching moment in one of the first flashbacks this year.
We actually have a question from one of our viewers on Twitter we can pull up here. This question comes from
Where do we read it?
Chris, who asks, if Oliver could fight any villain in the DC universe, who would it be and why?
I would, geez.
Pretty good.
I don't know, that's a really good one.
Probably Felicity Smoke.
How about Felicity Smoke's dad?
There you go.
Oh, interesting.
I was fed that, by the way.
Well, should we do a follow-up there? Emily, have you been given any information on this dad that then Oliver could maybe
Let's
be fighting?
do that. I haven't really. I'm hoping that he might come into play soon, because we know that he somewhat exists.
He exists.
We just don't know in what capacity.
Yes. He does exist. He's going to be a part of this coming season. We are very hopeful. So that's as much as I can say.
You just gotta have the story make it there. Like, that's hard too.
No,
So
it's
many
actually,
things change.
we have a lot of ideas about how to bring him in. It's just a question of now that we have Damien and a couple other villains coming into play that will be announced later today, it's a question of finding where to put him.
Oh, are we announcing villains tonight in Hall H?
We are, and we might be
Hey,
announcing
we
people.
have. I think Damien Dark was our big reveal this week. You just wait till tonight.
What? I think everyone should be paying
It's coming up
attention
soon.
tonight. Mysticism opens the door to Mr. John Constantine, a character that both you, Stephen, and Mark Guggenheim have said they'd love to bring in at the time when the show was kind of a little bit in limbo. Now the show is canceled, unfortunately. But do you think Wendy, is there room for that?
We really want to do it. It's something we've been talking to DC about, and that it's just a question of certain political things, but also the actor schedule. So we're trying to work it out, but we don't know for 100% if it's going to happen.
Fingers crossed.
But we're really optimistic, and we would love to have him. It'd be very exciting.
That's really
I would
cool.
like that to happen as well. We got one little moment in the. I talked to you a bit in New York about this, Emily, but the fact that you got to rescue Oliver armored up. You're not going to be holding on to that armor because someone's going to need it.
Yes.
But would you like to see some, if not a costume, some sort of extension of her skills in a more physical manner?
So I've been debating this in my head for a while.
Yeah.
I believe that Felicity does sit behind her computer and is a hero in her own way, and if she were to put on a suit and go elsewhere without having someone to take her place behind that screen that she does now in helping the team, where would that be coming from? I think that I sometimes jump to the ideas like, oh yeah, she'd be great. It's physical because I'm a very physical person, and then I think, well, she's not very coordinated. We could work on that. But also her love for computers and technology and being able to problem solve on that is something she really loves to do, and I wouldn't want to take that away from her. And I respect her for that. So I used to say yes, absolutely, and now I'm kind of like, well, I'm not so sure.
Right.
I don't want to rip her away from something that she loves so dearly and that she's so good at and she keeps getting better at.
Yeah.
We're actually just about out of time, but before we go, Stephen, you recently played a character in another comic book universe.
Yes, with green as an important
yeah,
color.
That's true. That's true.
Looks
Yeah,
good
anything
on
you
you.
can tell us about playing Casey Jones?
That this is not, when people saw the photo, it's certainly not your father's or your younger selves, Casey Jones, but that's because we meet him at a very different time in his development. He is not the Casey Jones that a lot of comic book fans have come to know and love. He is a guy with a job that lives in New York and loves hockey, and things go awry. And when he goes through the normal methods of what someone would do when they're a law-abiding citizen, and he's met with laughter and scorn, and so he decides to take things into his own hands.
Take some of those hockey skills.
That's right. By the way, if Oliver needs to do any new fighting this year, I would suggest a baseball bat or a hockey stick because I am now proficient.
Ready.
Let's write that in there.
Well, thank you so much.
I love the hockey stick idea.
Guys, thank you so
Great
much.
Canadian.
Arrow is back in October. Is there premiere dates?
Wednesday, October 7th at 7 Central on the CW.
Yeah. We'll definitely be watching. Thank you guys so
Well
much.
done.
Thank you.
We're almost done with day 3 here at Comic-Con, but stay tuned. We still have a little bit more to show you here on IGN Live after this.
Woo.
Awesome, guys.
Oh, man. Yeah, it was great talking to you.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LGG4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero.
I got this. Let's fly.
Arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Roz. We're here at Comic-Con with Daniel Radcliffe and James McAvoy to talk about Frankenstein. which, by the way, is a story I adore. This is a little different take. It's told from your character, Igor's perspective. They're going insane, as I knew they would. There's just no helping it. So let's talk about this a little bit. How close is this to Mary Shelley's original? Obviously, it's a little different. There is no
Yeah,
Igor
I mean,
in the original.
I've been quoted as saying, and maybe I'm going to get into trouble at some point for continuing to say this, but I've said in the past, like, if you like the book, you'll hate the film, just because it's nothing.
Oh, no!
No, you won't hate the film. It's just not. Don't go in expecting an adaptation of the book. It's very, very different. I think the thing that is as exactly the same is the sort of central argument of science and technology, and that you know, the battle between like progress for progress's sake and how we feel about it, and so that's still very much there. But yeah, the story this time around is kind of Victor through Igor's eyes.
Right, and so you're Victor, and he in this version of the story is one of your experiments, is my understanding.
Kind of.
Can you
It's
talk
kind
to
of
me
a
about
socialist experiment rather than a sort of scientific one. But yeah, I suppose Igor is as much the creation and as much the kind of monster, if you like. Well,
because there is a monster.
As the actual monster that we create at the end. Yeah. And the monster is as much Victor as the real kind of big homunculus is as well.
Right. And in this version of the story, the monster is actually quite monstrous. It's not, it's horrific, but more than sympathetic.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of, the monster's not going through an existential crisis in this one. The monster's going through a crisis of like, I want to hurt people. I want to mess you up.
How quickly can I kill you, crisis? Talk a little bit about this relationship, because it seems a little toxic from what I've been...
Did you say a little bit toxic?
Yeah, well, not...
Could we cue Britney Spears right now? Because that song is amazing.
Do you love Toxic?
Toxic is brilliant. Don't make me bust that out right now.
No, I'm begging you to bust that out right now.
That's later at the party.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think because Victor essentially like saves my life at the beginning of the movie, so from that point on, there's always this like imbalance of, you know, how do you stand up to somebody and tell somebody they're wrong when you owe them everything, and you're scared that life that they gave you might suddenly be snatched away just as quickly as you got it. So yeah, it's kind of a toxic relationship, but they also very much like, you know, they love each other, and they've got and they exist to spur each other on to kind of greater feats of science and intellect.
Is it a little bit like, oh no,
1 second.
I knew what's gonna happen. I told everyone. All right, my God, is this your life? Or is this your
no, there's not normally
life? That's
like,
what I have to ask
like whenever
everyone.
he comes into the room, I'm like,
James is really annoying like that.
James, it's you as well. I can't help but notice your hair and your lack of hair.
My lack of hair?
Your lack of hair. Which brings us obviously a little bit, X-Men is here as well. There are...
Are they though?
Don't know if
I'm not
X-Men
sure.
is here. Yeah, I'm not certain.
Maybe not. There are endless possibilities.
1 second!
Oh my God! There are endless possibilities for what he will bring to this universe. Do you think it's going to be a reset like Days of Future Past?
What do you mean, like, because we've got a new timeline and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, the new
I don't think
timeline.
it's going to be like a massive reset in terms of you're going to radically redefine what X-Men is to people. But yeah, I think we can definitely take it in different directions. And at the end of this movie, you definitely see my character anyway in a slightly different frame of more to how you've seen him before.
Yeah,
Maybe
more
being
of
a
the
bit more violent.
being a bit more violent.
Yeah.
Professor X.
Yeah.
A violent X. All right.
A little bit.
All right, sweet. Do you think that this is the third film that you're contracted for? Do you think you'll continue on with the franchise?
If we make some money on this one, I'm sure we will.
Do you want to?
Oh yeah,
It's all about
would.
the Benjamins.
Listen, I love playing Chuck.
Yeah.
He's a good laugh. And they keep doing. Simon keeps doing interesting things with him. So, our writer, producer, Simon Kinberg. So as long as they keep doing that, I'm well up for it.
Do you think that the franchise works without Magneto and Mystique potentially, or would that have to be recast if they
I
opt
do think they work without Magneto and Mystique. Do I think they would work better with them? Of course, because I think they're incredible actors and they're my pals.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think from what I hear, Michael sounds quite up for it. I don't know about Jen, but yeah, I think the X-Men universe is filled with so many amazing characters that I think there's a lot to draw on.
Yeah, more and more all the time. What we're looking forward to around here at IGN, obviously we're big on games, is the Grand Theft Auto movie that the BBC is doing.
Game changer, let's call it.
Game changer.
It's not called. It is not called Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto movie at all.
Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, we had an amazing time filming it. It was fantastic. It's a great story about like I personally had no idea until I did it that Grand Theft Auto was made by like a bunch of English guys and Rockstar's like a British company. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to play Sam Houser and get to, and I think people who love the games will really like be interested in how they came together because it's quite a story. And it's a Rockstar movie. Yeah, we did a movie about the No,
yeah, I just wanted to get that.
Thank you. No, thank you, man. It's
I'm just his dresser.
It takes place after that part of the game's life, so it takes place from after Vice City was released until sort of during San Andreas. So they're like so it's about that, and it's about the hot coffee incident, the whole scandal, and Jack Thompson is involved, and so yeah, there's a lot going on, and it should be. I think it's gonna be really cool. We had a great time.
Do you think that Rockstar is maybe misunderstanding the movie a little bit?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on in their minds about the suing us and all that, but I think they're suing because I think somebody because I think somebody said something very similar, like we're making a Grand Theft Auto movie, and they were like, that's our thing. You can't make a movie about our product, and so but we're not doing that. It's about the making of, and I actually really do think they like it. Like they've got to. I think I understand they have to do what they're doing, but like. We all love the games, and we're making the film. Do you love
Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, like I grew up playing Vice City was the one I played the most, and like we're all making the film as from the perspective as it's not a biased film, but like from the perspective as people who love the games.
Do you guys think that the people that sort of draw moral umbrage with things like Grand Theft Auto, do you think that that's hyperbole? Do you think there's anything to it?
Yeah, umbrage because it's so violent and things like that?
Because it's so violent.
Look, I don't know, there was a little kid on set with us the other day, and he was 7 years old, and he wanted to play Grand Theft Auto, and I was like, yeah, you can play Grand Theft Auto. And then I thought to myself, yeah, but you can go and pick up prostitutes and take them in your car and kill them. It's like, nah, maybe he shouldn't be playing Grand Theft Auto.
I'd say that, but like, I would say that absolutely, like Sam Houser would be like they shouldn't be playing them at 7 years old. Like that is too young. The guys who made the game would be like, that's not.
Totally. I don't have a problem with like violent games and dark and kind of. Things like that. I have a problem with the fact that parents let their kids play it.
Yeah.
Blame the parents, not the people that make this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I think generally it's too simplistic to say that if somebody owns a game, they're more likely to do that. Like I own those games. So many people played those games that have never gone on to kill somebody.
I'm not saying that violent movies make people violent either. But when I was 5 years old, I was watching Terminator. And the bit where
he pulls it out,
he pulls his tendons and stuff like that, I was terrified, and I turned to my father and punched him as hard as I could in the balls. Don't know why I did that. I'd never done it before, never done it again since.
Out of sheer terror.
Yeah. And I'm not one of those guys that thinks violent movies make people violent, but that does seem like an indication to me. But I blame the parents, not the movie makers, not the game makers.
I love the Terminator so much, but I promise not to punch you in the balls
please don't punch
as a result of it.
Kick me if you like, but please don't punch.
We have to go out, but one last thing, just how scary, Frankenstein, are we looking for more of a psychological thriller or a straight up horror?
I'd call it like an adventure movie. It's definitely, I think by modern standards of horror, like people aren't going to go to this and feel scared in the way but it's more like a fun adventure movie with like a lot of gothic kind of elements.
Okay. All right, thank you guys so much.
Awesome,
thank you for joining us in the crowd and being here today.
Thank you.
For all things Comic-Con, keep it locked right here to IGN, where we will do no ball punching.
No ball punching.
No ball punching.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war.
Really? I'm Ant-Man.
Come on! On July 17th.
We have to stop him.
A new hero
I got this. Let's fly.
arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Hey guys, Eric back here at Comic-Con. A lot going on, a lot of loudness behind us, but we are here with the group from Krampus. Mike, Tony, Adam, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Krampus, you know, the legend of Krampus, I feel like it's a legend some people know, some don't. Can you talk about that, Mike, the inspiration for the movie and where you're going with it?
Well, I've always thought Christmas is actually pretty creepy on its own. When I was a kid, I used to draw a character called Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to do a scary Santa Claus movie, but then about 10 years ago, I discovered The Legend of Krampus, and I discovered that there already was a scary
Shazam!
Santa Claus figure out there. And I figured, well, why not turn it into sort of a horror fantasy comedy?
And Tony, can you talk about your character in this and what was it that grabbed you about Krampus?
I just loved that I had never come across anything like it. The script is such a combination of genres. It's very, very funny. It's very character driven, but it's also this kind of heightened horror film. And I play a woman who learns to loosen up. She's quite uptight, a bit of a perfectionist, and that's basically, I've become a warrior.
That you are.
And Adam, you know, you have some history with horror comedy, Piranha 3D. Can you talk about this film, your character in it, and what was it about it that appealed to you?
Yeah, I mean, Mike and I sat down and chatted before I even read the script, and he and I share a love of sort of the 80s sort of family horror movie in a way, like Poltergeist, Gremlins, like the Amblin movies, Goonies, stuff like that. And I just, and the use of a lot of practical effects and sort of a character-driven movie that isn't really, I don't know if horror comedy is exactly the right definition. It's more of just a movie that defies real definition. I think Poltergeist is a great, Poltergeist and Gremlins are great examples of that movie that, you know, it's entirely character driven, but there's fantasy elements, there are horror elements, there's a lot of funny stuff in it, but it's mostly just, you know, it's very moving. There are a lot of different things going on in the movie that I just thought were really interesting and really reminded me of those movies that I grew up loving.
You know, Mike, I'm a big fan of your first film, Trick or Treat. What would this fall sort of, you know, is it tonally similar? Because it also obviously had horror and comedy, or is there a little bit of a different angle on this one?
No, I think it's very similar. It's not an anthology, but the tone of it is very similar. It's David Keckner, our cohort, said that it has heart, humor, and horror, and that's a balance that's really important to me. Because I believe even a scary movie can be classy and funny, but it's very similar to Trick or Treat, and who knows, they might even share a world.
Wow, I like that a lot. Very intrigued by that. Might be a follow-up on that. Tony, you know, you talked about your character a bit, but what is her reaction to what sounds like a pretty insane situation? Not every day you're encountering sort of the Santa Claus's evil cohort.
Pure evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Sarah's reaction is one of initially of shock. And then I think it's actually kind of a spiritual awakening, knowing that there's something beyond what she sees and encounters every day. You know, on a basic level, I think that's what happens to her.
And Adam, you talk a bit more about your character in the film and how he comes into this crazy story.
Yeah, Tony and I in the movie, we're married and we have a family, and we've kind of all grown a bit distant. There's a lot of devices in the household. I'm out of town a lot with work, and this horrible thing starts happening to our neighborhood and maybe the world. We don't know, but we know that we have to now band together and just fight for survival from this other world.
You're actually giving me goosebumps.
Oh, okay. There's not a breeze, so it must be Krampus.
It's very much a Christmas family movie.
Yeah, it really is. It's a Christmas family movie.
Not for 5-year-olds.
And then a bunch of terrible things start happening to us.
Right. Well, like you said, Gremlins, which, you know, if you watch the first half hour, it's just about a guy getting a really cute animal.
Right.
The first half hour of this is like a fantastically funny John Hughes movie.
Oh.
I look forward to that. Shucks. You mentioned that it might have some connective tissue with Trick or Treat. Are you working to go through all the holidays?
Yes, Passover will be next.
Yeah, nice.
Can't wait.
Yes.
Pass under as well.
Yes. Must paint blood above your doors.
Right.
Yeah, the firstborn are no longer safe.
Was that when you went into this? Did you know you were going to do some little connection, or did it just make sense that I did a Halloween movie, I'm doing a Christmas movie?
Well, I mean, if you're going to do a movie about, ancient pagan holidays, it makes sense that there might be some crossover between the two.
Right.
Yeah.
For both of you guys acting in this film, what's it like? Are you, is this a film where you're kind of playing it very straight? Where are you going for tonally as far as approaching the performance in the movie that's going to be somewhat heightened, but with grounded characters?
When I first read it, I thought it was going to be slightly heightened.
Yeah.
And there was one of the first scenes that we shot, and I did play it that way, and we actually came back and reshot it because you were like, you thought overnight and decided the tone is actually completely straight. So there are a few comedic moments,
There's definitely
but essentially
moments.
These are real people going through something very strange.
I mean, there's a scene where, I won't give away too much, where I get to attack Tony with a puppet. And if you can only play that straight so well, like before you have to wink a little bit to the audience.
It was really fun working with the puppets, I mean, most films are CGI, that kind of stuff in, but we were working with Weta Workshop, and they just do really incredible work, and it was fun having that element to the movie.
Yeah. Mike, before we go, I have to throw in a quick question. X-Men Apocalypse, I told you I just handed a free poster here. That title alone indicates a pretty big movie on this one, knowing there's been a lot of X-Men movies, noting the title and the character. Were you like, we need to go very big on this film?
I mean, I think that was definitely a group consensus as we were sort of cracking the story together, is that it definitely had to surpass the previous X-Men films, but at the same time bring something new to it. So when you go back into ancient history and try and find sort of the origins and sources of mutants, it kind of writes itself in a certain extent.
And next it'll be X-Women, right?
Yeah. Plenty of X-Women.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Krampus coming this December, right?
Yes.
We're looking forward to it. We'll have plenty more from here at Comic-Con and IGN.
Thanks,
Thank
Eric.
you.
Cheers.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great. And Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th.
Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man. Come on! On July 17th,
We have to stop him.
a new hero
I got this. Let's fly.
arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Oh, that's good. You just come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live here at Comic-Con. I am with the team of Crimson Peak. Thank you very much. Look at these beautiful people. The crowd was, of course, going insane once again. I got to talk about this movie now. A lot has been said about the tone and sort of the inspiration of two genuinely my favorite books from childhood, two of them, Rebecca and movies, and Jane Eyre.
Yes.
Here's what I love about what I'm making up about Mia's character, which is that she not only stands in as one of those heroines, but also sort of for me as the audience, as someone that loves the ghoulish, because she seems to love ghosts, but she's almost destroyed by her own gift.
Yes.
Am I making many things up?
That sounds right. Me personally? Or my character?
Your
Oh,
character.
yeah, no, I do. I didn't plan to end up in a lot of gothic films, but I somehow am drawn to them. And, they present a lot of really interesting characters. So.
Tom, there's something so devouring about the way that you kiss her in that trailer. I'm like, are these siblings even human, or are they just entities after her gift? You don't have to say, But what is sort of the conflict between your love and your sister?
It's all character, I think.
Yeah, it's I think the most fascinating thing about
That's gonna make it super tough.
Thank you, Guillermo. The most fascinating thing about Thomas Sharp is that there's a tension between the past and the future for him, and he is a very open-hearted, energetic, curious man who goes to the new world looking for inspiration and investment because he's an inventor, an engineer, and I think he's surprised by the ardor and passion that he feels for Edith. It's instant, it's immediate, it's almost love at first sight, and it's incredibly romantic. And I think he's
very dark on this.
Very dark. He's a man with a dark history, and I think his responsibility for his past catches up with him, and he has some tough questions to face. And but his passion and his love for Edith is sincere, I think, and surprising.
Jessica, there's this very common horror trope, but it's a great one. I'm gonna try.
I have to shout.
All doors are open to you except the ones that are locked. And so you kind of hold the keys to the kingdom, it seems. Do you think you're trying to protect Edith or shove her right into the danger?
I think that's the big question of the film. She's, I play Tom's hovering sister. And the more he becomes obsessed with Edith, the more it frightens her. So we don't know if she's going to take Edith under her wing and protect her, or if she's going to manipulate the situation for her own advantage. And she is the king of the castle, per se, because she's the one who holds the keys to the castle.
There's a twist mid-movie, is my understanding, that sort of turns everything around. Have we seen sort of hints about that in the trailer so far? Are you holding that back?
No, I think that the movie is not a movie with a twist ending. It doesn't have a twist ending. It's a proper, lavish, gorgeous Gothic romance. And you've seen some hints of the reveals of the plot on the trailers. But I think that we do, I hope, a good job at keeping it romantic and very scary at the same time.
And there's this interplay, like Tom was saying, I think between, even in the trailer you can see it, technology and sort of the...
You're absolutely right. The movie comes in 1901, exactly at the moment when America is a modern electrified country, a modern girl, and then in a way Lucille represents a much older set of values in a very twisted way, powerful way, but the way she views love is possessive in a different way, and then Mia's love is different, Edith's is very different. So it's a movie, if I say it's a really spooky movie, but a really human movie, I would be describing the way I feel about it.
Tom, we're obviously here at Comic-Con. The crowd is going a bit wild. We did take to Twitter and got some Twitter questions for you. There they go. I have to say, Loki is by far the most successful Marvel villain, and I'm curious if you have sort of a take on that and why that is and why he's so beloved.
It's a source of constant amazement for me. I think it's everyone. Actors dream of playing complex characters who are full of charisma and sophistication and depth, and I can't explain it. It might be to do with, of all the things that he's called the god of mischief, and I think there's something very appealing about mischief. It's sort of it seems innocent. It's fun and it's wicked and there's a delight in creating chaos. I think everyone can relate to that. But honestly, I continue to be amazed and flattered.
Well, now that he's gotten everything he wants and he's taken his father's throne, will he be satisfied in Ragnarok or up to more mischief yet?
I don't know. I think he's on the throne now, and I'm pretty sure in his mind the trains are running on time and the streets are clean. I truly don't know. I'm excited to see what the next chapter is. It's actually been a long time since I've played him. Because I've been busy doing other things, and that's been exciting for me. But we'll just have to see. It's all coming around, so we'll see at some point.
Thank you guys so much. I know we wanted to talk to you too about Silent Hills. We're so sad about that around here.
Me too.
Man, was it going to be first-person shooter? I mean, not first-person
it was going to be.
shooter,
I mean, it was what we were planning was amazing, but life is like that.
Yeah.
You gain weight, you lose video games.
All right, well, it's been an amazing Comic-Con. I can't even speak anymore, but thank you guys so much for being my final interview of the day. It's been lovely. Looking forward to the movie.
Go party.
I am going to party so hard now. Back to Damon on the stage, and thank you guys for an amazing Comic-Con.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great.
Imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon. I'm the future of war. Really? I'm Ant-Man.
John! On July 17th,
We have to stop him.
a new hero
I got this. Let's fly.
arrives. You can't stop me. You're just an insect.
Come up with that?
Marvel's Ant-Man. Rated PG-13. Experience the world through a new lens. The LG G4. See the great. Feel the great. Get a leather back cover, extra battery, and battery charging cradle free when you buy the LG G4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end.
It's over.
Of IGN's live coverage from Comic-Con.
We did it, I think.
We did it.
Yeah.
Together. Thank you so much for
seriously.
hanging out with us the past three afternoons. Yeah.
This has been like an incredibly weird experience for me.
Yeah?
Because like I've been hosting video game video for like 5 years. I've done some live stuff. IGN is the biggest thing I've done. I'm really having a great time working here. Comic-Con, I never have covered officially. I was here for a minute like last year for like one panel, and the last time I was here before that was in 2006, and it was a different animal back then. They had like snakes on a plane and like Clerks 2, and it's like so weird how nerd culture has gotten so massive and it's become this big huge thing, and it's just an incredible honor to be sitting here and doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Guillermo del Toro just walked by with Tom Hiddleston. That's nuts. That's so weird. And thank you for watching it. It's really cool.
There's such a high concentration of all the cool stuff that we love here in downtown San Diego.
It's a really exciting time to be into this stuff. Like
we got an awesome behind the scenes look at the making of Star Wars. Got this incredible new Batman vs Superman trailer.
Yeah.
There's a Suicide Squad trailer that was shown behind closed doors.
It's
Learned
around.
about we'll find it. We learned about that new Green Lantern
see it
movie.
eventually. Yeah.
Lots of big stuff coming
A lot
out
of
of the
cool
show.
stuff. And,
review this Comic-Con on the IGN scale.
That wouldn't be fair
Wouldn't be
because
fair.
I don't have enough of frame of reference.
Need to process.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. It's been 2015 out of question marks. It's been really exciting. It's really cool. There's still like another day of the actual con going on. We're just not
our job is done here.
Yeah.
Our
There will
planet
be
needs us.
tons and tons of news going up on IGN. I mean, they're going to be talking
stay
about
tuned.
all of the DC stuff over there. So
of course, all the big movies, all the big TV shows that were announced at the show this year, we will be covering in the days, months, weeks, years to come here at IGN.
Yeah,
so
that's what we do. So, stay tuned. We got something coming up right after this. It is a behind-the-scenes look at Comic-Con, how it's made. Naomi's doing that. That's presented by LG. Damon, it's been a pleasure, man.
Max, a true pleasure.
Thank you, all of you. We'll see you next time.
Later.
What's up, IGN people? We made it through day 3 of San Diego Comic-Con 2015. And guess what? We captured a bunch of behind the scenes of Comic-Con and IGN Live using the all-new LG G4. Check out all the awesome things we saw in this sweet slideshow presenting San Diego Comic-Con day 3 IGN style. IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Marvel's Ant-Man, in theaters July 17th, and the all-new LG G4. See the great, feel the great.